Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, children of all ages, get your cocktails. Wait, okay. Mouth's not working with brains right now. Get your cocktails ready because we're about to start the countdown. Tonight is a bourbon night, and we're going to get this party going. Let's get the countdown started.
A little ordinary? Is it lacking something awesome? Well, head out to your local liquor store and pick up something extraordinary. Grab a bottle of Old Humble Straight Whiskey or Old Humble Special Reserve. They're clean, smooth, easy drinking whiskeys that taste the way whiskey should taste. From humble beginnings to an extraordinary finish, Old Humble whiskeys are what your bar needs today. Walk tall, be awesome, and drink humble. Old Humble Straight Whiskey and Old Humble Special Reserve.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think I just cut that off. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, children of all ages, I am the Old Humble Guy. It is a very special Wednesday night. Cheers, Top Shelf Dustin. Welcome to the party. It's a very special Wednesday night. I am the Old Humble Guy. This is our traditional Wednesday night happy hour. But I'm going to take a little change of pace today. We are going to talk about the enduring legacy of the former president, Donald J. Trump. Because it's an historic moment. It is that time. It's far enough, I think, in the rearview mirror that we can look back and say, okay, let's look and see what the enduring legacy of his take an honest look at the enduring legacy of his presidency. In fact, the most enduring part of his presidency, and I think we're going to do that. I think we're going to successfully get a chance to do that tonight. But first, I'm going to pour myself a drink for our opening shot because I am the Old Humble Guy. This is our Boomtown Bourbon, available online, oldhumbledistilling.com/shop online. You can shop online and get our delicious whiskeys delivered to 34 different states. And in fact, somebody in Missouri purchased two bottles last night. They're available all across the country, from coast to coast, sea to shining sea, if you will. Cheers to all you fine folks out there. That is a delicious bourbon. Boy. So delightful. All right. With that said, I am having whiskey on the rocks tonight. That will be the drink that we're having. I asked for 3 pieces of ice. You see that? I got 3 pieces of ice. 1, 2, 3. 3 pieces of ice in my glass. That is how I like it when I have it on the rocks. Just 3, not too many, not too few. And I will put my Boomtown Bourbon right here over my shoulder so we can see it. as we discuss the lasting legacy. Let's do some housekeeping stuff for the distillery. I'm doing my road show for the Old Humble Distilling Company returns in at the end of August. My tour will go through. Well, let's see. It's going to start here. It's going to start and end here in Houston, obviously. But my world tour is going to be confined to the state of Texas. We start on the southeast side of town of Baybrook, Cinco Ranch, Woodlands, Willowbrook, Euless, Texas, which is just outside of Fort Worth. And then on the 28th, that's the 21st through the 26th. On the 28th, we have 3 shows scheduled. One here in Humble, and 2 up in Dallas, then Pearland, West University, and then we swing on the 31st out to Austin for Sunset Valley and Arboretum Specs. All Specs, Total Wine, all Total Wine stores. Then I have the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd off in September, and we kick it back into gear right after Labor Day on the 5th in Sugarland, Memorial, Corpus Christi. Then back to Sunset Valley on the 9th, out in Copperfield, Galleria Muller, Las Colinas. Yeah, on the 14th. I'm going to see if I can pack in another one on that day, because that's only at 2 o'clock. And then Collin Creek and Plano and Alliance in North Fort Worth. So my trips will be taking us from the south central coast of the Gulf Coast all the way up to Fort Worth in the months of August and September. It's going to be a fun time. Going to be pushing our Boomtown Bourbon, trying to get that all out the door, and fresh orders going to Total Wines. I believe Bottling Run 2, Barrel 2 is in stores right now, and we're trying to get Barrel 3 and Barrel 4 into stores. I think Barrel 3 is actually available for online. And Barrel 4 is in inventory right now with the distributor. We just got back from a cross-country road trip. We went from Texas up to Ohio and back. 11 states we had to traverse. That's 6. 11, what would it be? 11 states? Would be that? How about that? Is that 11? Whatever. 11 states we had to traverse, including Texas. Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, Ohio, Indiana, Missouri, Arkansas, and then back into Texas. So Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, Ohio, Missouri, Illinois, Arkansas, Texas. So I guess it was 10 states, not 11 states. It's 11 states if you count Texas twice. Hang on one second. See if I can summon one of my minions to come in here and help me out for a second. I don't know if that'll actually work. I need the fan turned on. It's a little bit stuffy in here. If I can't get one of my minions to come, we'll do that. So we'll just jump right into it. That's the housekeeping stuff. I started about 5 minutes late. We can start in with the discussion now. I'm super duper happy. Thank you so much for my 2212. It was 2212 last time I looked. It might be 2211. I can't remember. Thank you so much, guys. That's 2 more that we had yesterday. We just dropped a video. Today, a mini rant from my car. Hold on, I'm going to turn on my fan. And the light. Make it a little easier to see things in here. Plus, I need to turn on my light behind me. Wake up, light. Light. There it is. A little mini rant talking about wasps. Wasps are evil. Don't ever let anybody tell you differently. Wasps are evil. They don't do anything good. They suck. They are the worst. Dustin brings up a good point. He didn't start a war or a conflict. That's not entirely true, because there was the Syrian conflict. That he didn't start it, but he did engage us in it. He did wind down the Afghanistan war and set up Joe Biden for the full withdrawal of troops in Afghanistan. And he did do his level best to surrender Ukrainian territory to Russia, tear apart NATO, and surrender United States interests to North Korea. but he didn't succeed in doing any of that stuff. He really tried desperately hard to start a war in Iran, but he did not succeed in doing that. But yeah, it's true. We did not start a hot war for 4 years. With only a limited conflict or a limited involvement in conflict in Syria. Well, with that being rocket strikes. There was the matter of 4 or 7 special forces soldiers who died in just the first couple of months of his presidency. But I think that was, what was that, Nigeria? Somewhere in East Africa. I can't remember where it was, but it was somewhere in Africa. When that happened. That didn't get a whole lot of press. That got a little bit, but not a whole lot of press when that happened. It was right at the beginning of his presidency. Nobody really knew what happened. It was just an anti-terrorist operation of some sort. There were the tax cuts. There was a shit ton of tax cuts, which blew up the deficit. And immediately, Republicans in Congress started talking about cutting services like Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. After that done, because spending was just out of whack. It was just spending. It was more irresponsible tax cuts. And among those tax cuts, I'll add, were the excise taxes on liquor. Those taxes were reduced for small producers who produce under, I believe it was under 10,000 proof gallons per year. The excise tax was cut by about a fourth, or cut to about a fourth from, I believe it was 13 to 2. That was more than a fourth. That was a sixth, something like that. So there was that. And I think personal income taxes were cut, but deductions were, the amount of deductions you could take were also reduced. So there was a little bit of both there. But that's not even remotely his enduring legacy. That's not even close to his enduring legacy. That's not even close to the greatest legacy that man is leaving this country. That man, I mean, there have been presidents before him that did not start an armed conflict. There have been presidents before him that didn't raise taxes and did in fact reduce taxes. There have been presidents before him that changed regulatory structures and hollowed out bureaucracies and cut personnel and did all kinds of stuff. The same type of stuff he did. There have been presidents, policy-wise, he was not blazing new territory. He was doing the stuff that people had done before him. He was doing it in different ways. He was doing it kind of ham-handedly in some cases. He was doing it. That was something that happened. And it's happened before him, and it'll happen after him. It'll be done, it'll be undone, it'll be redone, and that's not even remotely close to an enduring legacy. What is an enduring legacy, though, is now his third indictment on, I think we're pushing close to 70 felony counts, with a fourth indictment coming probably in the next 24 to 48 hours. Do we have an echo? Is there an echo? Hold on. I didn't do my sound check. I got that. I've got the echo. Boom. I think I just fixed it. All right. Thank you very much. I think I fixed the echo. All right. It was, I think I flipped a switch on my microphone. Anyway, that's the enduring. Yeah, there it goes. That is definitely the enduring legacy of his presidency. And one of the great things we can do about that enduring legacy is we can actually see the indictment and read the indictment word for word. The most recent one, in fact, probably the biggest, most significant one, is related to his attempted coup on January 6th. So we know what happened. We saw it happen live on TV. People have lied about it in the intervening years after it's happened. One the most notable person who's lied about it is my own congressman, Ted Cruz, who says, nothing actually happened. It wasn't an insurrection. Those people were not domestic terrorists. In fact, he said they were domestic terrorists before he got called to the carpet by Tucker Carlson on Fox News, and then he changed his story and said, oh, no, they're not actually domestic terrorists. I just misspoke for 2 years. Because, of course, we all know Ted Cruz is a spineless worm and incapable of doing anything of meaning or substance. But in case people were wondering exactly what happened and how it shook down, I haven't read this yet. I haven't read it. I've skimmed over it, but I haven't read it word for word. But we are in fact blessed with the actual text that we can look at and see the actual. Where is it? I can bring it up and share it right there. There it is. The actual text from. There it is. Introduction. The defendant, Donald J. Trump. I'm not going to leave it on the screen. We can read it. We can read it together. This is the charges right there. Count 1, conspiracy to defraud the United States. Count 2, conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding. Count 3, obstruction of an attempt to obstruct an official proceeding. And count 4, conspiracy against rights. And of course, we know what these counts all relate to. They relate to attempting to undo and overthrow the lawful, legitimate, and legal results of the election of 2020. We give them it's the attempt to overthrow it, the knowing and willful. Well, we'll get to all that. We'll get to all of it. We'll get to all of it. But it's all related there to what happened in the lead up to and execution of the attempted cessation of the counting of ballots. And we kind of know what the scheme was. Put in false electors, false slates of electors, create some confusion, bring in the mob, get Mike Pence off of the premises and into a safe place so that Chuck Grassley could come in and suspend the hearing, send it off to a vote, and put the vote to the not the delegates, but the parties in the House, each state delegation, the delegations in the House. That's what I was looking. The word that I was looking for. Put the vote to the delegation of the House where it had a Republican majority, and then the Hail Mary pass would be that Trump would keep power in after the election. Knowingly and willfully subverting the vote of the people. But and you're right, Dustin. It's perfectly fair to give credit for not going to war, not ordering troops into war zones. He did not order troops into war zones. But that's not to say that there weren't military actions being done under his watch. There absolutely were. There were missiles that were launched at his command. Absolutely were. Mike's nickname should be Safe Place. That's a good one. Mike Pence is probably he's showing for the first time some backbone. He might end up being the nominee. He might legitimately end up being the nominee for president for the Republican Party. And that is some absolutely hilarious shit if that actually happens. Considering they were literally chanting "Hang Mike Pence" during the insurrection. During the attempted coup, they were chanting "Hang Mike Pence," and he might be the guy who they nominate for president. That'd be absolutely hilarious. But let's talk about Trump's enduring legacy. Let's read it. Let's read his enduring legacy word for word. Well, probably not the whole thing word for word, because it's 45 pages. I'm probably not going to go the whole 45 pages, but we'll read as far as we can. So, handed down in the United States District Court for the District of Columbia, the third jurisdiction where he is under indictment. By the way, the first one being the Manhattan DA's district, the Southern District in New York. The second being the Miami district, the U.S. district that's in Miami, and then this being the third district, the District of Columbia. The District Court for the District of Columbia. Violations, count 1, conspiracy to defraud the United States. Count 2, conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding. Count 3, obstruction and attempt to obstruct an official proceeding. Count 4, conspiracy against rights. The indictment reads, the grand jury charges that at all times material to this indictment, on or about the dates, and I think you're right there as well, Dustin. If Mike wasn't a complete religious loon, he might not be. He might make a fairly decent president, but he is. I mean, you nailed it. He's a absolute religious. He is. He seems to be a good politician. He just has his, you know, he's. I mean, he's a whack job. His policies, yeah, he's, whatever. We'll get back to that in a minute. Indictment: the grand jury charges that at all times material to this indictment, on or about the dates and approximate times listed below. One, the defendant, Donald J. Trump, was the 45th president of the United States and candidate for re-election in 2020. The defendant lost the 2020 presidential election right out of the gate. The defendant lost just a dagger to the heart there. Despite having lost, the defendant was determined to remain in power. So, for more than 2 months following Election Day, November 3rd, 2020, the defendant spread lies that there had been outcome determinative fraud in the election and that he had actually won. These claims were false. The defendant knew they were false, but the defendant repeatedly and widely disseminated them anyway. To make this knowingly false claim appear legitimate, To make this knowingly false claim appear legitimate, where are we at? Created an intense national atmosphere of mistrust and anger and erode public faith in the administration of the election. The defendant had a right, like every American, to speak publicly about the election and even to claim falsely that there had been outcome determinative fraud during the election that he had won. He also was entitled to formally challenge the results of the election through lawful and appropriate means, such as by seeking recounts or audits of the popular vote in states or filing lawsuits challenging ballots and procedures. Indeed, in many cases, the defendant did pursue these methods of contesting the election results. His efforts to change the outcome in any state through recounts, audits, or legal challenges were uniformly unsuccessful. Shortly after Election Day, the defendant also pursued unlawful means of discounting legitimate votes and subverting the election results. In doing so, the defendant perpetrated 3 criminal conspiracies. A criminal conspiracy to defraud the United States by using dishonesty, fraud, and deceit to impair, obstruct, and defeat the lawful federal government function by which the results of the presidential election are collected, counted, certified by the federal government in violation of 18 U.S.C. 371. A conspiracy to corruptly obstruct and impede the January 6th congressional proceeding at which the collected results of the presidential election are counted and certified, the certification proceeding, in violation of 18 U.S.C. section 1512K, and a conspiracy against the right to vote and to have one's vote counted in violation of 18 U.S.C. section 241. Wow. Like I said, I haven't read this before. So, like, seeing this for the first time and actually reading it word for word, something that most people have not and will not do, we're getting the opportunity to actually see this. And if you listen to the talk radio wags who were jabbering their jowls earlier today, they're all like, well, there goes the First Amendment, there goes the First Amendment. Actually, Jack Smith there mentions specifically that he had a First Amendment right to do it. But your First Amendment rights, just like most every other right, does have reasonable and respectable and legal limits to it. There are certain things you cannot do. These 3 of them being among them. Each of these conspiracies, which built on the widespread mistrust the defendant was creating through pervasive and destabilizing lies about election fraud, targeted a bedrock foundation of the United States federal government, the nation's process of collecting, counting, and certifying results of the presidential election, the federal government function. Count 1. Here we go. Into the counts. Let me go check over here on chat. I'm not 16 anymore. I've accepted policy isn't how we have to judge politicians. Would you leave your college kid in their home for 48 hours? Is now this. Would you leave your college kid in their home for 48 hours? Male, not female. Okay. Well, I mean, even in your first 30 seconds, you've now given us 10 hours of homework to read all these laws. Well, yeah, but we don't have to read the laws, the sections that they actually cite. They're probably going to cite them again later on in these counts, but they're in violation of these sections. I mean, even if we even if we did read the sections that they reference, you're probably not going to understand them unless you have a law degree. But we can, as an answer to, well, what law did he break? What law did he violate? Well, here it is, 18 USC section 371. That's what law he broke. There it is. Conspiracy to defraud the United States. What crime was committed? Well, conspiracy to defraud the United States. That's the first crime that he's alleging that they committed, or that he committed on July 6th or January 6th. But we'll carry forward. The allegations contained in paragraphs 1 through 4 of this indictment are re-alleged and fully incorporated here by reference. And I probably won't read all 45 pages, but we're already on page 3, so it's entirely possible I will. The conspiracy from on or about November 14, 2020 through on or about January 20, 2021 in the District of Columbia and elsewhere, the defendant, Donald J. Trump, did knowingly combine, conspire, confederate, and agree with co-conspirators known and unknown to the grand jury to defraud the United States by using dishonesty, fraud, and deceit to impair, obstruct, and defeat the lawful federal government function by which the results of the presidential election are collected, counted, and certified by the federal government. The purpose of the conspiracy was to overturn the legitimate results of the 2020 presidential election by using knowingly false claims of election fraud to obstruct the federal government function by which those results are collected, counted, and certified. The defendant enlisted co-conspirators to assist him in his criminal efforts to overturn the legitimate results of the 2020 presidential election and retain power. Among these were co-conspirator 1, an attorney who was willing to spread knowingly false claims and pursue strategies that the defendant's 2020 re-election campaign attorneys would not. Co-conspirator 2, an attorney who devised and attempted to implement a strategy to leverage the vice president's ceremonial role overseeing the certification proceeding to obstruct the certification of the presidential election. Co-conspirator 3, another attorney whose unfounded claims of election fraud the defendant privately acknowledged to others sounded crazy. Nonetheless, the defendant embraced and publicly amplified co-conspirator 3's disinformation. Co-conspirator 4, a Justice Department official who worked on civil matters and who, with the defendant, attempted to use the Justice Department to open sham election crime investigations and influence state legislatures with knowingly false claims of election fraud. Co-conspirator 5, an attorney who assisted in devising and attempting to implement a plan to submit fraudulent slates of presidential electors to obstruct the certification proceeding. And finally, co-conspirator 6, a political consultant who helped implement a plan to submit fraudulent slates of presidential electors to obstruct the certification proceedings. And here's the thing. We know, we don't necessarily know who all 6 of these co-conspirators are, but it's not really hard to drill down from the publicly available information we have who these people are, who the attorney who worked on civil matters was. That's the guy who tried to jump into the Attorney General's office after Bill Barr resigned over this crap. We know one of these guys is Rudy Giuliani. We know one of these people is that chick who was talking about the satellites beaming down information to a server in Italy or some other cuckoo bird nonsense. We know that we know Rudy Giuliani. We know that crazy lady. We know the lawyer who was working on the slate of false electors. We know who these people are, even if I can't remember who most of them are. Not by name. I don't have to remember who most of them are by name. That's not important. But it's not going to be hard for actual commentators and observers to go back through and be able to put names with the co-conspirators. I don't know why they're not named. I don't know why they're not named and indicted. Maybe it's because they're cooperating is why they're not actually named as co-defendants. They're just co-conspirators, unindicted co-conspirators, just like Trump was an unindicted co-conspirator in his original case. The Mueller, was it Mueller identified him? No, it was the hush money case that Michael Cohen went to prison for. Anyway, moving on. But yeah, well, I mean, we know who these co-conspirators are. It's not that hard to put names with the co-conspirators. It should be fairly easy to like Google who is co-conspirator for. Anyway, the federal government function by which the results of the election for president of the United States are collected, counted, and certified was established through the Constitution and Electoral Count Act, a federal law enacted in 1887. The Constitution provided that individuals called electors select the president, and each state determined for itself how to appoint electors appointed to it. In fact, there was a case before the Supreme Court to change the standard to allow states to basically appoint electors without regard to the public vote in those states. But I believe that case failed, and states still have to abide by public votes. Because I believe it says in the Constitution that each state shall have to be like a democratic republic or just something. It says something in there that electors have to be selected by public vote or a vote of the people. But I'm getting outside my lane on that one. I don't remember exactly. Through state laws, each of the 50 states and District of Columbia choose to select their electors based on the popular vote in the state. After Election Day, ECA required each state formally determine or ascertain the electors who would represent the state voters by casting electoral votes on behalf of the candidate who won the popular vote, and required the executive of each state to certify to the federal government the identities of those electors. Then, on a date set by the ECA, each state's ascertained electors were required to meet and collect the results of the presidential election, and that is to cast electoral votes based on their state's popular vote and to send the electoral votes along with the state's executive certification that they were the state's legitimate electors to the United States Congress to be counted and certified in an official proceeding. Finally, the Constitution and ECA required that on the 6th of January following Election Day, Congress meet in a joint session for a certified proceeding presided over the Vice President and President of the Senate, Vice President as President of the Senate, to count the electoral votes, resolve any objections, announce the results, thus certifying the winner of the presidential election as President-elect. The federal government function from the point of ascertainment to the certification is foundational to the United States democratic process and until 2021 had operated in a peaceful and orderly manner for more than 130 years. Anyway, that's just recapping what was supposed to happen on January 6th and what had happened on January 26th, or January 6th for years. Manner and means. And in fact, was it convictions or indictments on a slate of 13 electors from Michigan, if I'm not mistaken. One of the guys being a mayor of a town called Wyoming in Michigan, which was weird to read headlines saying, Mayor of Wyoming indicted in Michigan. Like, doesn't Wyoming's a real fucking state. They have a governor, right? I had to actually read to see what the hell they were talking about. But yeah, that was one of the states that had fake electors or a fake slate of electors. Michigan, Arizona. I think Georgia was one. There was another one. Wyoming or Wisconsin. Wisconsin. Wisconsin was another one. Anyway, on and forward. The defendant's conspiracy to impair, obstruct, and defeat the federal government function through dishonesty, fraud, and deceit included the following manner and means. The defendant and co-conspirators used knowingly false claims of election fraud to get state legislators and election officials to subvert the legitimate election results and change electoral votes for the defendant's opponent, Joseph R. Biden Jr., to electoral votes for the defendant. That is, on the pretext of baseless fraud claims, the defendant pushed officials to in certain states to ignore the popular vote, disenfranchise millions of voters, dismiss legitimate electors, and ultimately cause the ascertainment of and voting by illegitimate electors in favor of the defendant. The defendant and co-conspirators organized fraudulent slates of elected, 7 targeted states: Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, New Mexico, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Attempting to mimic the procedures that the legitimate electors were supposed to follow under the Constitution and other federal and state laws. This included causing the fraudulent electors to meet on the day appointed by federal law, in which legitimate electors were to gather and cast their votes, cast fraudulent votes for the defendant, and sign certificates falsely representing that they were legitimate electors. Some fraudulent electors were tricked into participating based on their understanding that their votes would only be used if the defendant succeeded in outcome determinative lawsuits within their state, which the defendant never did. The defendant and co-conspirators then caused these fraudulent electors to transmit their false certificates to the vice president and other government officials to be counted at the certification proceeding on January 6th. The defendant and co-conspirators attempted to use the power and authority of the Justice Department to conduct sham election crime investigations and to send a letter to the targeted states that falsely claimed that the Justice Department had identified significant concerns that may have impacted the election outcome, that sought to advance the defendant's fraudulent electoral plan by using Justice Department's authority to falsely present the fraudulent electors as a valid alternative to the legitimate electors, and that urged on behalf of the Justice Department the targeted states' legislators to convene to create the opportunity to choose the fraudulent electors over the legitimate electors. So this is the part of the conspiracy, which was to create confusion by having two slates of electors appear in front of Mike Pence, and where he was supposed to say, okay, we don't know who it is, so kick it back to the legislators of the state and let the states determine it. And if there was enough states doing that, there wouldn't be enough electoral votes. And if there's not enough electoral votes, then the certification delays. And if Mike Pence wasn't going to do it, then they were going to send in a mob to get him off site so that Chuck Grassley would. We know what this was happening. These are the legal charges that back it up and lay it bare, and that he will be charged, or that he has been charged on, and he will have to stand in judgment for his alleged crimes that he committed. The defendant and co-conspirator attempted to enlist the vice president to use his ceremonial role in the January 6th certification proceeding to fraudulently alter the election results. First, using knowingly false claims of election fraud, the defendant and co-conspirators attempted to convince the vice president to use the defendant's fraudulent electors, reject legitimate electoral votes, or send legitimate electoral votes to state legislators for review rather than counting them. When that failed, on the morning of January 6th, the defendant and co-conspirators repeated knowing false claims of election fraud to gathered supporters, falsely told them the vice president had the authority to and might alter the election results, and directed them to the Capitol to obstruct the certification proceedings and exert pressure on the vice president to take the fraudulent action he had previously refused. After it became public that the afternoon of January 6th that the vice president would not fraudulently alter the election results, the large and angry crowd, including many individuals whom the defendant had received into believing the vice president could and might change the election results, who, by the way, are also in jail right now, violently attacked the Capitol and halted the proceedings. It was not a tourist visit like some people have claimed. As violence ensued, the defendant and co-conspirators exploited the disruption by redoubling efforts to levy false claims of election fraud and convince members of Congress to further delay the certification based on those claims. We know this. We saw it happen. We saw the proceedings, the January 6th proceedings over the last 2 years. We know all this. This is just the legal terminology put into an indictment so that he can actually stand trial for what he did. This is what we didn't think would ever happen. This is the enduring legacy. An actual former president, a former president, not just a former elected official, because former elected officials have stood trial throughout the history of our country. This is a former president actually being held accountable for his actions. And this is laying his actions out in their entirety. Knowingly, many individuals whom the defendant had deceived into believing. I mean, this is clear and plain English, not even legalese. The defendant, his co-conspirators, and their agents made knowingly false claims that there had been outcome determinative fraud in the 2020 presidential election. These prolific lies about the election fraud included dozens of specific claims that there had been substantial fraud in certain states, such as large numbers of dead, non-resident, non-citizens, or otherwise ineligible voters had cast ballots, or that voting machines had changed votes from defendant to votes for Biden. these claims were false and the defendant knew they were false. That's a really important claim right there. The defendant knew that they were false. If you're just saying things that you don't know are false, if you're just, talking out of your asshole, you're like, oh yeah, this is the thing that happened, I truly believe it. That's one thing. But if you know that they're false, and that's going to be tough to, well, I don't know if that's going to be tough to prove. I don't think they would have brought the indictment if they couldn't prove that he knew they were false, because we know that he had counsel on the inside saying, no, that's not what happened. And all the lawsuits are for defamation against the voting machine companies. What was it? What was a voting machine company? What was it? I can't remember. I can't remember the name of the voting machine company. It'll come back. I'm sure, Dustin, you remember. Anyway, but yeah, that's going to be tough to claim. They're being accused of. He's specifically being accused of knowing that the claims were false and lying about it. That's going to be tough to prove because you can't know what's in the head of someone, especially if that someone is a bona fide dumbass. In fact, the defendant was notified repeatedly that his claims were untrue, and that's probably the kicker right there. That they have testimony that he was notified repeatedly that the claims were untrue, often by the people to whom he relied for candid advice on important matters, and who were best positioned to know the facts. And he deliberately disregarded the proof. For instance, all right, well, there we go. Jack Smith has the receipts. The defendant's vice president, who personally stood to gain by remaining in office as part of the defendant's ticket, and whom the defendant asked to study fraud allegations, told the defendant that he had seen no evidence of outcome-determinant fraud. The senior leaders of Justice Department, appointed by the defendant and responsible for investigating credible allegations of election crimes, told the defendant on multiple occasions that various allegations of fraud were unsupported. And for what it's worth, this is probably going to tie into the Georgia allegations when that indictment comes down, because he knowingly called the Secretary of State in Georgia and said, hey, we just need more votes, make it happen, knowing good and damn well there wasn't the votes. He wasn't asking them to recount and get an accurate count. He was asking them to throw out legitimate votes so that they could get 11,781, I think was the number. 10,000, 11,000, whatever it was. Part C there, the Director of National Intelligence, the defendant's principal advisor on intelligence matters related to national security, disabused the defendant of the notion that the intelligence community's findings regarding foreign interference would change the outcome of the election. The Department of Homeland Security's Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, whose existence the defendant signed into law to protect the nation's cybersecurity infrastructure from attack, joined an official multi-agency statement that there was no evidence of any voting system that had been compromised, and had declared the 2020 election the most secure in American history. And to this day, people say it was rigged. I just had a guy try to tell me the other day at the bar, oh yeah, it was the most rigged election ever. And when people do that shit, you pick up your drink and you walk to the other table. Like, you can't argue with fucking nonsense. It's like, you just, okay. And you take your drink and go somewhere else. Like, all right. That's how you debate that shit. You just walk away. Days later, the CISA director, whom the defendant had appointed, announced publicly that the election security experts were in agreement that claims of computer-based election fraud were unsubstantiated. The defendant fired him. Senior White House attorneys selected by the defendant to provide him candid advice informed the defendant that there was no evidence of outcome-determinative election fraud, and told him that his presidency would end on Inauguration Day in 2021. That really does throw a lot of water there on the idea of, well, he didn't know. Oh, he knew. He may not have wanted to believe it, but he knew. He knew what he was doing was untrue, or at least counterfactual. Senior staffers on the defendant's, Jesus Christ, he said that's what he was going to do. Oh, if we lose, I'm just going to say that it was fraud. Say it was rigged. He said that back in 2018 or 2019. Well before the 2020 election. Anyway, senior staffers on the defendant's 2020 reelection campaign, whose sole mission was the defendant's reelection, told the defendant on November 7, 2020, that he had only a 5 to 10% chance of prevailing in the election and that success was contingent on the defendant winning ongoing vote counts or litigation in Arizona, Georgia, and Wisconsin. Within a week of the assessment, the defendant lost in Arizona, meaning he had lost the election. State electors and officials, many of whom were the defendant's political allies, had voted for him and wanted him to be reelected, repeatedly informed the defendant that his claims of fraud in their states were unsubstantiated or false and resisted his pressure to act based on them. State and federal courts, the neutral arbiters responsible for ensuring fair and even-handed administration of election laws, rejected every outcome determinative post-election lawsuit filed by the defendant, his co-conspirators, and allies, providing the defendant real-time notice that his allegations were meritless. So, that throws cold water there on the idea that, knowingly repeated false information, knowingly committed fraud. He knew. There's A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. That's 8 points right there. 8 receipts. 8 of them. He's so fucked. The defendant widely disseminated his false claims of election fraud for months, despite the fact that he knew, and in many cases had been informed directly, that they were not true. The defendant's knowingly false claims were integral to his criminal plans to defeat the federal government function, again, the federal government function being counting and certifying the votes, obstruct the certification, and interfere with others' right to vote, that being my right to vote, and my right to have my vote counted, even if I am in Texas, and have their own votes counted. He made these knowingly false claims throughout the post-election time. I'm spilling my drink on me. He made these knowingly false claims throughout the post-election time period, including those below that he made immediately before the attack on the Capitol on January 6th. The defendant insinuated that more than 10,000 dead voters had voted in Georgia. Just 4 days earlier, Georgia's Secretary of State had explained to the defendant that that was false. The defendant, and that's, again, he's within days, it seems, is about to be indicted for that. The defendant asserted that there had been 205,000 more votes than voters in Pennsylvania. The defendant's acting attorney general and acting deputy attorney general explained to him that that was false. Shit, I hear that nonsense to this day, too. There were more votes than voters. More votes than voters in several states. Untrue. The defendant said that there had been a suspicious vote dump in Detroit, Michigan. The defendant's attorney general explained to the defendant that this was false, and the defendant's allies in the Michigan state legislature, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and the majority leader in the Senate, had publicly announced that there was no evidence of substantial fraud in the state. The defendant, we're on page 8. The defendant claimed that there had been tens of thousands of double votes and other fraud in Nevada. The Nevada Secretary of State had previously rebutted the defendant's fraud claims by publicly posting a facts and myths document explaining the Nevada judges had reviewed and rejected them. Nevada Supreme Court had rendered a decision denying such claims. The defendant said more than 30,000 non-citizens had voted in Arizona. The defendant's own campaign manager explained to him that such claims were false, and the Speaker of Arizona House of Representatives, who had supported the defendant in the election, had issued a public statement that there was no evidence of substantial fraud in Arizona. The defendant asserted that voting machines in various contested states had switched votes from the defendant to Biden. And honestly, I've heard stories about that for several election runs, and I've worked several elections, and I haven't ever seen that happen. Mostly the claims that they're switching votes from the opponent to the incumbents here in the state of Texas. They're switching votes from Democrat to Republican here in the state of Texas. But I've never seen any evidence of that, ever. And I've worked several elections. I've never seen any evidence of that whatsoever. Nobody has claimed that at any election polling location that I've ever worked at. Anyway, the defendant's attorney general, acting attorney general, and acting deputy attorney general all had explained to him that this was false, and numerous recounts and audits had confirmed the accuracy of the voting machines. Boy, goodness. Part 13, criminal agreement and acts to affect the object of the conspiracy. The defendant's use of deceit, to get state officials to subvert the legitimate election results and change electoral votes. Shortly after Election Day, which fell on November 3rd, 2020, the defendant launched his criminal scheme. Oh, we're getting into the nitty-gritty now. On November 13th, the defendants can't... Let me check chat. Have I missed anything? No. Good. Dominion. Thank you, Dustin. I figured you'd know it. It doesn't mean he broke it. It's complex stuff. Heck, just trespassing is crazy. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You can get accused of trespassing and not actually know. I mean, your defense can be, I didn't know it was private property, and you can probably get away with it. But trespassing is just a misdemeanor. It's tougher with felony cases. It's a little bit more complicated and a little bit tougher with felony cases. And there are complexities to it too, because you've got to prove, like I was saying before, that he had to knowingly make the false claims. Making a false claim and lying are two different things. Lying means you know it's false, but you still say you're bullshit and nonsense. Which is why, I have a little bit more sympathy for internet commentators who just repeat bullshit. Like, y'all don't know what y'all are just repeating they are just repeating stuff that they heard from other people. They don't know for sure if it's bullshit. They're just repeating other people's bullshit. So I can be a little bit more sympathetic to them, but only to a certain extent, because when you repeat bullshit and you don't give it any kind of critical thought or critical examination, then you're just as bad. You're just as bad as the person saying it. Wait, can I get certified as a dumbass? Kind of like to have one of those options of adding that to be a certified dumbass. I don't know. I don't know if there's an actual certificate. I think it's a credential that you earn. It's more a reputation based than it is political experts or plumbing experts don't have a certificate that says they're a plumbing expert. They just have years of experience of being plumbing expert or plumbers, and they become plumbing experts, and people acknowledge that they are plumbing experts. So I think that in order to be a certified dumbass, you just have to be publicly and proudly a dumbass, so that people around you go, yeah, he's like other people certify you as a dumbass in the same way that other people certify you as an expert in your field. You can't be certified as an expert with a paper credential. You have to be acknowledged by your peers. Anyway, on we go. Where are we at? On November 13th, the defendant's campaign attorneys conceded in court that they had lost the vote count in the state of Arizona, meaning based on the assessment of the defendant's campaign advisors had given him just a week earlier, the defendant had lost the election. So the next day, the defendant turned to co-conspirator 1, whom he announced would spearhead his efforts going forward to challenge election results, which I believe was Rudy Giuliani. From that point on, the defendant and his co-conspirators executed a strategy to use knowing deceit in the targeted states. Rudy Giuliani, who said the truth is what we say it is, and courts determine the winners of elections. To use deceit in targeted states to impair, obstruct, and defeat the federal government function, including as described below. On November 13th, 2020, in Arizona. On November 13, 2020, the defendant had conversation with his campaign manager, who informed him that a claim that had been circulating from the substantial number of non-citizens had voted in Arizona was false. On November 22nd, 8 days before Arizona's governor certified the ascertainment of the state's legitimate electors based on the popular vote, the defendant and co-conspirator 1 called the Speaker of Arizona House of Representatives and made knowingly false claims of election fraud aimed at interfering with the ascertainment of and voting by Arizona's electors as follows. The defendant and co-conspirator 1 falsely asserted, among other things, that a substantial number of non-citizens, non-residents, and dead people had voted fraudulently in Arizona. The Arizona House Speaker asked co-conspirator 1 for evidence of the claims that co-conspirator 1 did not have, but claimed he would provide. That definitely sounds like Rudy G. Co-conspirator 1 never did so. The defendant and co-conspirator 1 asked the Arizona House Speaker to call the legislature into session to hold a hearing based on their claims of election fraud. The Arizona House Speaker refused, stating that doing so would require 2/3 vote of its members, and he would not allow it without actual evidence of fraud. The defendant and co-conspirator 1 asked the Arizona House Speaker to use the legislature to circumvent the process by which legitimate electors would be ascertained for Biden based on the popular vote and replace those electors with a new slate for the defendant. The Arizona House Speaker refused, responding that the suggestion was beyond anything he had ever heard or thought of as something within his authority. Damn. On December 1, co-conspirator 1 met with Arizona House Speaker when the Arizona House Speaker again asked co-conspirator 1 for evidence of outcome determinative election fraud. He and defendant had been claiming co-conspirator 1 responded with words to the effect of, "We don't have the evidence, but we have lots of theories," which is bullshit. It wasn't Arizona the state where Mike Pillow went in and he was like, "I have all this data. If you can prove that it's wrong, I'll give you $1 million." And one guy called him up the next day and said, "Yeah, I can prove it. Look, here it is. It's wrong. It's nonsense. It's bullshit. What you have is nonsense." I think it was Arizona. It wasn't New Mexico. I'm pretty sure it was Arizona. And Arizona was also the state where they had the computer ninjas, data ninjas working on the ballot boxes. Anyway, now on page, page 10? Page 10. On November 4th, excuse me. On December 4th, the Arizona House Speaker issued a public statement that said, in part, "No election is perfect, and if there were evidence of illegal votes or an improper count, then Arizona law provides a process to contest that election, a lawsuit under state law, but the law does not authorize the legislature to reverse the results of an election. As a conservative Republican, I don't like the results of the presidential election. I voted for President Trump and worked hard to reelect him, but I cannot and will not entertain a suggestion that we violate current law to change the outcome of a certified election. I and my fellow legislators swore an oath to protect the U.S. Constitution and the Constitution and laws of the state of Arizona. It would violate that oath, the basic principles of Republican government, small r Republican government, and the rule of law if we attempted to nullify the people's vote based on unsupported theories of fraud. Under the laws that we wrote and voted on, Arizona voters chose who wins, and our system requires that their choice be respected." On the morning of January 4th, 2021, co-conspirator 2 called the Arizona House Speaker to urge him to use a majority of the legislature to decertify the state's legitimate electors. Arizona's validly ascertained electors had voted 3 weeks earlier and sent their votes to Congress, which was scheduled to count those votes in Biden's favor in just 2 days' time in the January 6th certification proceeding. When the Arizona House Speaker explained that state investigators had uncovered no evidence of substantial fraud in the state, co-conspirator 2 conceded that he co-conspirator 2's dude, didn't know enough about facts on the ground in Arizona, but nonetheless told the Arizona House Speaker to decertify and let the court sort it out. The Arizona House Speaker refused, stating that he would not play with the oath he had taken to uphold the United States Constitution and Arizona law. And that again was part of their game plan, to kick it to the courts and just roll the dice with the courts and see what you could come up with. On January 6th, defendants publicly repeated the knowingly false claim that 36,000 non-citizens had voted in Arizona. And that is an important point there, that he knowingly repeated the false claim, because the previous paragraph state that he was told it wasn't true, 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 and then he knowingly repeated it. Knowingly repeated that it was false. That's a crime. Or at least that's the crime that's alleged. And it looks like they have the receipts to prove it. And I think we know how they're going to try to disprove it and say, "No, we thought this was legitimately true. We thought in our heart that this was true." But it's going to be tough to prove that. It's going to be tough to defend that statement in the face of the facts or the allegations, countering those claims. Anyway, into Georgia. On November 16, 2020, on the defendant's behalf, oh my God, is Lindsey Graham going to be implicated in this? Oh. Oh, okay. Let's read. On November 16, 2020, on the defendant's behalf, his executive assistants and co-conspirator 3, and no, co-conspirator 3 would have been that would have been Mike, his secretary, his chief of staff. What was his name? Mike Meadows. That would be Mike Meadows. His executive assistants and co-conspirator 3 and others, a document containing bullet points critical of a certain voting machine company, writing "See attached, please include as is or almost as is in lawsuit." Co-conspirator 3 responded 9 minutes later, writing, "It must go in all suits in Georgia and PA immediately with a fraud claim that requires the entire election to be set aside." Jesus. In all those states and machines impounded for nonpartisan professional inspection. Okay, I think that's the chick. I don't think that's Mike Meadows. On November 25th, co-conspirator 3 filed a lawsuit against Governor of Georgia, falsely alleging massive election fraud accomplished through the voting machine company's election software, and that's that chick attorney, whatever her name was, the cuckoo one that he disavowed shortly after this. Mass election company through the voting machine company's election software and hardware before the lawsuit was even filed. Defendant retweeted a post promoting it. George Furman. Cheers, George. Welcome to the party. Legitimize a fascist behavior. The greatest divider, deflector of the wealthy, responsibility, and distractive weapon used to legitimize fascism. That is a incomplete sentence. I would love to hear what it is you're actually talking about there, George. Governor of Georgia falsely alleging massive election fraud. Defendant retweeted a post promoting it. The defendant did this despite the fact that when he had, it's a guy, it's not the chick attorney. When he had discussed co-conspirator 3's far-fetched public claims regarding the voting machine company in private with advisors, defendant had conceded that they were unsupported and that co-conspirator 3 sounded crazy. Maybe it is the chick lawyer, because he did say that. What was her name? Lady Lawyer Trump. Who was that? Dustin, I'm sure you know. I can't remember her name. Was it Sandy something or another? Lady Lawyer Trump. Crazy. This should be easy. Sidney Powell. I swear to God. I put it says Lady Lawyer Trump. Give me OBS. It says Lady, I searched Lady Lawyer Trump. Where is it at? There it is. Lady Lawyer Trump. Crazy. That was the search terms. And it comes up Sidney Powell. First one up. Lady Lawyer Trump. Crazy. And I get Sidney Powell as the first result. Although he refers to the co-conspirators he, so I don't know. I don't know for sure if Sidney Powell is considered to be the third co-conspirator. I don't know. I don't know who the third co-conspirator is, but I do know that they referred to her as crazy on more than one occasion. Okay, anyway, on we go. December 3rd, co-conspirator 1 orchestrated a presentation to a judiciary subcommittee of the Georgia State Senate with the intention of misleading state senators into blocking the ascertainment of legitimate electors. During the presentation, an agent of the defendant, co-conspirator 1, and that almost certainly sounds like Rudy Giuliani. Again, co-conspirator 1, because I remember Rudy doing something like that, orchestrating a presentation to the subcommittee, having these fake committee hearings. Okay, on we go. During the presentation, an agent of the defendant and co-conspirator 1 falsely claimed that more than 10,000 dead people voted in Georgia. That afternoon, a senior advisor to the defendant told the defendant's chief of staff through text messages, just an FYA. A campaign lawyer and his team verified that the 10K plus supposed dead people voting in Georgia is not accurate. It was alleged in co-conspirator 1's hearing today. The senior advisor clarified that he believed the actual number was 12. 12. as in 1 dozen, 12, 10 plus 2, not 12,000, not 1,200, just 12. Another agent of the defendant and co-conspirator 1 played a misleading excerpt of a video recording of ballot counting at State Farm Arena in Atlanta and insinuated that it showed election workers counting suitcases of illegal ballots. By the way, Rudy Giuliani just completely and totally confessed to lying about all that. And his allegations against the election workers that he attacked in Georgia. Co-conspirator 2 encouraged the legislators to decertify the state's legitimate electors based on false allegations of election fraud. Part 22, paragraph 22. Also on December 3rd, the defendant issued a tweet amplifying the knowingly false claims made in co-conspirator 1's presentation in Georgia. Wow. Blockbuster testimony taking place right now in Georgia. Ballot stuffing by Dems when Republicans were forced to leave the large counting room. Plenty more coming, but this alone leads to an easy win of the state. Knowingly false claims made in co-conspirator 1's presentation. On December 4, the Georgia Secretary of State's chief operating officer debunked the claims made at co-conspirator 1's presentation the previous day, issuing a tweet saying the 90-second video of election workers in State Farm Arena purporting to show fraud was watched in its entirety, hours, by Georgia Secretary of State investigators, shows normal ballot processing. Here is the fact check on it. On November 7th, reiterated during a press conference that he claims that there had been misconduct at State Farm Arena was false. On December 8th, the defendant called the Attorney General to pressure him to support an election lawsuit filed in the Supreme Court by another state's Attorney General, probably Paxton here in Texas. The Attorney General told the defendant that officials had investigated various claims of election fraud in the state and were not seeing evidence to support them. 23, also on December 8th, senior campaign advisor who spoke with the defendant on a daily basis and had informed him on multiple occasions that various fraud claims were untrue, expressed frustration that many co-conspirators, 1 and his legal team's claims could not be substantiated. As early as mid-November, for instance, the senior campaign advisor had informed the defendant that his claims of a large number of dead voters in Georgia were untrue. With respect to the persistent false claims regarding State Farm Arena, on December 8th, the senior campaign advisor wrote in an email, "When our research and campaign legal team can't back up any of the claims made by our elite strike force legal team, you can see why we're 0-32 on our cases. I'll obviously hustle to help on all fronts, but it's tough to own any of this when it's all just conspiracy shit beamed down from the mothership." That is a fucking quote, man. "I'll obviously hustle to help on all fronts, but it's tough to own any of this when it's all just conspiracy shit beamed down from the mothership." That is fucking hilarious. Oh my God. Oh my God. And this isn't legalese, by the way. This is English. This is, this isn't citing Section 18 of U.S. Code or whatever nonsense. This is fucking English. This is just people talking. All conspiracy shit beamed down from the mothership. Oh my God. Oh, he didn't know. He didn't know it was. He thought he really believed this stuff. How can you fucking believe it when everybody's telling you it's bullshit? Oh, Christ almighty. All right, on we go. On December 10th, 4 days before Biden's validly ascertained electors were scheduled to cast votes and send them to Congress, co-conspirator 1 appeared at a hearing before the Georgia House of Representatives Government Affairs Committee. Co-conspirator 1 played the State Farm Arena video again and falsely claimed that it showed voter fraud right in front of people's eyes and was the tip of the iceberg. Then he cited 2 election workers by name. This is Ruby Ruby Hedges, I think. He cited 2 election workers by name, baselessly accusing them of quite obviously surreptitiously passing around USB ports as if they are vials of heroin or cocaine, and suggested they were criminals whose places of work, their homes, should have been searched for evidence about. So we definitely know co-conspirator 1 is Rudy Giuliani. For evidence of USB ports, for evidence of voter fraud. Thereafter, 2 election workers received numerous death threats. On December 15th, the defendant, oh, by the way, they were candy. The USB ports that they were passing around like heroin, vials of heroin or cocaine were candy. On December 15th, the defendant summoned the incoming acting attorney general, the incoming acting deputy attorney general, and others to the Oval Office to discuss allegations of election fraud. During the meeting, the Justice Department officials specifically refuted the defendant's claims about State Farm Arena, explaining to him that the activity shown on the tape co-conspirator 1 had used was benign. On December 23rd, a day after the defendant's chief of staff, Mike Meadows, personally observed the signature verification process at Cobb County Civic Center and notified the defendant that state election officials were conducting themselves in an exemplary fashion and would find fraud if it existed. The defendant tweeted that the Georgia officials administering the signature verification process were trying to hide evidence of election fraud and were terrible people. God damn. He's a fucking piece of shit. In a phone call on December 27th, the defendant spoke with the acting attorney general and acting deputy attorney general. During the call, the defendant again pressed the unfounded claims regarding State Farm Arena, and the 2 top justice officials again rebutted the allegations, telling him that the Justice Department had reviewed the videotape and interviewed witnesses and had not identified any suspicious conduct. On December 31st, the defendant signed a verification affirmation affirming the false. On December 31st, the defendant signed a verification affirming false election fraud allegations made on his behalf in a lawsuit filed in his name against the Georgia governor. In advance of filing, co-conspirator 2, who was advising the defendant of the lawsuit, acknowledged in the email that he and defendant had, since signing a previous verification, been made aware that some of the allegations and evidence proffered by the experts had been inaccurate, and that signing a new affirmation with the knowledge and incorporation by reference would not be accurate. The defendant and co-conspirator 2 caused the defendant's signed verification to be filed nonetheless. All of that is saying they knew what they were signing was false. God damn. They've nailed his ass to the wall. They're going to have to refute every single one of these points. I mean, assuming they have receipts, they're going to have to be able to say, in his defense, that didn't happen. That didn't happen. That wasn't what happened. That's not how it was. Here's the alternative reality. Here's the alternative narrative. They're going to have to come up with some other. It's tough. And it's going to be real tough because he's still saying all this same bullshit. He's still saying the stuff that they're saying is untrue. He's still saying all of this stuff. It's going to be real. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, what do we got over here? Time to take a pause. Thankfully, the desire for a state of law. Where's George? Never heard Powell called Lady Lawyer Trump. You had me scratching my head. Yeah, Sidney Powell. She was the chick lawyer. She was the one that they called crazy, and they disavowed her. The fact, and I do mean fact, that Trump is the smartest person in the room of his people. I know, right? He is dumb as a bag of socks. And he's the smartest person in the room? I don't know. See, I firmly believe that these were people that were trying to prop up and prove that they could prop up somebody who was completely and totally irredeemable. You know, it's like when it's like when you go and get what was that? What was that movie? Where they tried to turn a street urchin into a lady. Um, what was that? You know, Trading Places. You know, where the Eddie Murphy movie, where they get the guy off the street and turn him into a a rich a rich guy, and they take the rich guy and turn him into a poor guy. You know, the swapping places. Um, I really do think that they were like, it doesn't matter who he is. We'll just have him up there as long as he passes, as long as he signs the bills and nominates the right judges. It's fine. That's all they want. They just want him to pass the laws. You know, they'll pass the laws through Congress. All he has to do is sign the bills. All he has to do is nominate the judges. That's all we need to do. We'll pack the courts with our judges. We'll change the laws. We'll get the taxes. We'll do the things that we need to do. And priority 1 was judges. Priority 2 was taxes. Priority 3 was other laws. And they got most of their priorities through. They got them. They did what Mitch McConnell did what he needed to do. He got it. He got the stuff done. But I think a lot of these people were just like, you know, in order to cover our ass, in order to protect ourselves, we need to get them back in power. We're too deep in this. We just need to do it. I don't think they were stupid. I think that they thought we were stupid. I think they thought they were so fucking smart and that we were so fucking stupid that nobody would do it. I don't think they thought that this is why I think this is his greatest legacy. They didn't think this would happen. What happened after Watergate? What happened to Iran-Contra? What happened with the torture, the post 9/11 torture stuff? I mean, hell, 2 presidents swept that under the rug. Obama was like, "No, I'm not even going to prosecute those guys. Let's put it past us. We'll be done." What happened? Watergate, Iran-Contra. Jesus, Iran-Contra. Reagan didn't even get impeached for that. They didn't even bring up the idea of impeachment. It was discussed, but never even really seriously discussed in the halls of power. This is the first time they're going to hold someone accountable for his fucking actions. That's why this is his lasting legacy. That's why this is even more important than not starting a war. Other presidents have not started wars. This is the first time somebody's being held accountable for his actions, and they're still talking in the talking head ranks and the radio wags that this is the end of free society. This is the beginning of a fascist state. This is upending constitutional rule. This is the reliance on the rule of law. That even a former president can be held accountable for his actions. That they're not exempt. Richard Nixon never stood trial, never faced justice because it would be too divisive. We need to heal. We need to get past this. Iran-Contra. George Bush just pardoned everybody, let it all go on the advice of Bill Barr. Ollie North went to jail, but nobody else. Well, I think one other guy went to jail, but nobody else. None of the decision makers. And in this case, not only have they rolled up the people who actually carried the pitchforks and torches and broke the windows and walked into the Capitol and beat the police and actually interrupted the proceedings. Not only are they arresting the foot soldiers, they're going after the ringleader. This is huge. This is unprecedented. This is going to change the way politicians behave in the future. Because this is telling them in the future, you can't get away with it. You can't just do whatever the fuck you want and get away with it. If you're going to do shit, if you're going to knowingly lie to people, if you're going to incite violence, if you're going to do things that shake the foundation that this country was built on, you're going to face justice. Eventually. We're not just going to ignore it and let it go away. This is a big damn deal. This is a big damn deal. More significant than cutting a deal with terrorists and getting our troops out of Afghanistan. more significant deal than anything else he's done. Way more significant. I love it. Absolutely love it. On January 2nd, 4 days before Congress's certification proceeding, the defendant and others called Georgia's Secretary of State. During the call, the defendant lied to the Georgia Secretary of State to induce him to alter Georgia's popular vote count and call into question the validity of the Biden electors' votes, which had been transmitted to Congress weeks before, including as follows. The defendant raised allegations regarding the State Farm Arena video and repeatedly disparaged one of the same election workers that co-conspirator 1 and maligned on December 10th, using her name almost 20 times and falsely referring her to her as a professional vote scammer and hustler. In response, the Secretary of State refuted this. You're talking about State Farm video, and I think it's extremely unfortunate that co-conspirator 1 or his people, they sliced and diced that video and took it out of context. When the Georgia Secretary of State then offered a link to the video that would disprove co-conspirator 1's claim, the defendant responded, "I don't care about a link. I don't need it. I have a much Georgia Secretary of State. I have a much better link." And again, Rudy Giuliani has disavowed all of what he said and admitted that he lied about these election workers. The defendant asked about rumors that paper ballots cast in the election were being destroyed, and the Georgia Secretary of State counsel explained to him that the claim had been investigated and was not true. The defendant claimed 5,000 dead people voted in Georgia, causing the Georgia Secretary of State to respond, "Well, Mr. President, the challenge that you have is the data that you have is wrong. The actual number were two people that were dead that voted. And so your information is wrong. That was 2. The defendant claimed that thousands of out-of-state voters had cast ballots in Georgia's election, which the Secretary of State's counsel refuted, explaining, we've been going through each of those as well, and those numbers we've got, the defendant's counsel was just saying they're not accurate. Every one we've been through are people that lived in Georgia, moved to a different state, but then moved back to Georgia legitimately. They moved back in years ago. This was not like something just before the election. In response to multiple other of the defendant's allegations, the Georgia Secretary of State counsel told the defendant that the Georgia Bureau of Investigation was examining all such claims and finding no merit to them. The defendant said that we needed to find 11,780 votes and insinuated that the Georgia Secretary of State and his counsel could be subject to criminal prosecution if they failed to find election fraud as he demanded, stating, and you're going to find that they are, which is totally illegal. It's more illegal for you than it is for them because you know what they did and you're not reporting it. That's a criminal, that's a criminal offense. And you can't let that happen. That's a big risk to you and to Georgia Secretary of State's counsel, your lawyer. What a fucking piece of shit. Where are we at? Scrolling back through chat real quick. Thankfully, the desire for a state of law may save the possibility of a real democracy. Hey, it's a possibility, George. Absolutely, and that's why I have faith in my country and my people in my country. That's why I love July 4th as a civic holiday. That's why I'm forever eternally optimistic about the future of my country. Is because there's more of us that are committed to democracy and a democratic process. I know we're a democratic republic. We're a constitutional democracy. Shut up. There's more of us that are committed to this, and not corporate control of our country, but control by the people, control a government of the people, by the people, for the people. That's what we're committed to, and there's most of us that are like that. We want our voices to be heard, and we don't want forces to take our voice away. And that's what this whole shit is about, is taking our voice away. We already don't like the Electoral College, but at least the Electoral College seems to be somewhat representative most of the time. Anyway. By the way, George, glad to see you in chat. This is the first time I've seen your name in chat. I think it's the first time I've seen your name in chat. I'm glad to see you around. Thank you for joining us tonight. Mitch is a great politician. He's an absolutely great politician, and he has also done more harm for this country than good over the course of his career, especially in the last 5 years. Um, and he is absolutely a Trump person. Trump would not have come into power if not for Mitch McConnell. Trump, he did not. How do I describe it? He didn't want Trump first, but he absolutely blocked and covered for him in order to keep him there because he saw Trump as a tool for Mitch to accomplish what Mitch wanted to do. Trump was a means to an end. And Mitch would have been happy with any Republican president, but having Trump in power, Mitch was going to make sure that Trump stayed in power and absolutely wasn't going to replace him with Pence. And that begs the question, how fucking bad is Pence? How bad is Pence that Mitch McConnell, when given the opportunity, wouldn't say, yeah, get rid of that dude, bring in the other one? How bad is Pence? Anyway, GOP Congress already advocated people's will to his percent. Yes, absolutely. 100%. Steve's in the house. Cheers, Steve. I think it helps to be accountable, but I still think politicians. I still think politicians. Mitch is the most consistent guy in politics ever. He's a Republican first, second, third, and fourth. Yeah, he's actually. I don't even think. I think he uses the Republican Party as also a means to an end, and he's a Mitch person first, second, third, fourth. He's a Mitch person, and it's the same way with Ted Cruz. If his family would have moved to California, Ted Cruz would be a Democrat. Ted Cruz's family moved to Texas, so Ted Cruz is a Republican. Ted Cruz doesn't give a shit about ideology. Ted Cruz doesn't give a shit about his party. Ted Cruz doesn't give a shit about anything except Ted Cruz. And if he was in California, he'd be a Democrat. He's in Texas, he's a Republican. That's it. I wish he was in fucking California. Serious danger for Virginia. Oh yeah, we're democracy. Our constitutional democracy is always in danger. Every 40 years, we have a crisis like this. The last crisis, 1980s. Crisis like this, last one, 1980s. Iran-Contra. The one before that, well, maybe it's every 20 years. Because the one before that was Watergate, which was early 70s. So maybe it's every 10 years. Early 70s, early 80s, middle 80s, mid 90s. Was there a crisis in the mid 90s? The Monica Lewinsky shit, was that a crisis? Does that count? Yeah, I guess so. And then the torture probes, that would have been the early aughts. And we didn't really have a crisis in the early teens, unless you count the financial crisis. Anyway, I guess Trump would have been the early teens, 2016. Okay, onward. Mitch saw Trump as a tool. Exactly. A means to an end. The parties have zero ideals or morals. They're just teams. Neither party stands. Well, that's what I mean. Mitch is not a Republican first, second, third, and fourth. Mitch is Mitch first, second, third, and fourth. If Mitch was in Vermont, or if Mitch was in New York, Mitch wouldn't be Republican. Mitch wouldn't be Republican if he was in New York. If Mitch was in name another Democratic state. If Mitch was in California, Mitch would be a Democrat. I don't think Mitch has any loyalty to the party in particular. He's loyal to the party because that party has given him power, and he can hold on to power within that party. But if it shifted, I think he would shift with it. I mean, he's old enough now; he would just retire and die. But years ago, I think he would have shifted if the party shifted, if the party dynamic shifted. Anyway, let's carry on with the indictment. We're about a third of the way through. I'm on page 16 of 45. The next day, on January 3rd, the defendant falsely claimed that the Georgia Secretary of State had not addressed the defendant's allegations, publicly stating that Georgia Secretary of State was unwilling, unable to answer questions such as the ballots under the table scam, ballot destruction, out-of-state voters, dead voters, and more. He has no clue. On January 6th, the defendant publicly repeated the knowingly false insinuation that more than 10,300 dead people had voted in Georgia. On November 5th, 2020, now we're in Michigan. The defendant claimed that there had been a suspicious dump of votes, purportedly illegitimate ballots, stating in Detroit there were hours of unexplained delay in delivering many of the votes for counting. Oh, Jesus Christ. Someone just 3 or 4 weeks ago when I was on a live stream, I was talking about how humans were very good at identifying patterns where patterns didn't exist. Like creating patterns out of chaos. And that's one of the reasons why we come up with dumb, stupid conspiracy theories. And he said, yeah, there's still stuff going on in Michigan about the election. Like, no, there's not. There's no shit going on in Michigan about the election, about false voters. I mean, there's stuff about the false electors that's going to come down, but not the way you think it is. And he's like, no, you can call me delusional if you want to. I'm like, yeah, okay, you're delusional. Anyway, where are we? In Detroit, there were hours of unexplained delay in delivering many of the votes for counting. The final batch didn't arrive until 4 in the morning. And even though polls closed at 8 o'clock, they brought it in and the batches came in and nobody knew where they came from. That's not at all true. On November 20, 3 days before Michigan's governor signed a certificate of ascertainment notifying the federal government that, based on the popular vote, Biden's electors were to represent Michigan's voters, the defendant held a meeting in the Oval Office with the Speaker of the Michigan House of Representatives and the Majority Leader of the Michigan Senate. In the meeting, the defendant raised the false claims, among others, of an illegitimate vote dump in Detroit. In response, the Michigan Senate Majority Leader told the defendant that he had lost Michigan not because of fraud, but because the defendant had underperformed with certain voter populations in the state. Upon leaving the meeting, the Michigan House Speaker and Michigan Senate Majority Leader issued a statement reiterating this. The Senate and House Oversight Committees are actively engaged in a thorough review of Michigan's election processes, and we have faith in the committee process to provide greater transparency and accountability to our citizens. We have not yet been made aware of any information that would change the outcome of the election in Michigan, and as legislative leaders, we will follow the law and follow the normal process regarding Michigan's electors, just as we have said throughout this election. On December 1st, the defendant raised his Michigan vote dump claim with the Attorney General, who responded that what had occurred in Michigan had been normal vote counting process and that there was no indication of fraud in Detroit. Despite this, the next day, defendant made a knowingly false statement that in Michigan, at 6:31 in the morning, a vote dump of 149,772 votes came in unexpectedly. We were winning by a lot. The batch was received in horror. Nobody knows anything about it. It's corrupt. Detroit's corrupt. I have a lot of friends in Detroit. That's false. They know it, but Detroit is totally corrupt. Yeah, I didn't have a lot of friends anywhere. On December 4th, co-conspirator 1, who is Rudy Giuliani, we've figured out from previous text, sent a text message to the Michigan House Speaker reiterating his unsupported claim of election fraud and attempting to get the Michigan House Speaker to assist in reversing the ascertainment of the legitimate Biden electors, stating, looks like Georgia may well hold some factual hearings and change certification under Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2 of the Constitution. As co-conspirator 2 explained, somebody looked that up and posted in chat. Article 2, Section 1, Clause 1 of the U.S. Constitution. As co-conspirator 2, who might be Sidney Powell, explained, they don't just have the right to do it, but the obligation. Help me get this done in Michigan. Similarly, on December 7th, despite having established no fraud in Michigan, co-conspirator 1 sent a text message intended for the Michigan Senate Majority Leader. So I need you to pass a joint resolution from the Michigan legislature that states that the election is in dispute. This is an ongoing investigation by the legislature, and the electors sent by Governor Whitmer are not the official electors of the state of Michigan and do not fall within the safe harbor deadline of December 8th under Michigan law. All of that's false. Knowingly untrue. On December 14th, the day the electors in states across the country were required to vote and submit their votes to Congress, the Michigan House Speaker and Michigan Senate Majority Leader announced that, contrary to the defendant's request, they would not decertify or legitimate election results or decertify the legitimate election results or electors in Michigan. Michigan Senate Majority Leader's public statement included, we have not received evidence of fraud on a scale that would change the outcome of the election in Michigan. The Michigan House Speaker's public statement read, in part, we've diligently examined these reports of fraud to the best of our ability. I fought hard for President Trump. Nobody wanted him to win more than me. It's a common theme. Back in Arizona was the other one. I think he's done an incredible job, but I love our republic too. I can't fathom risking our norms, traditions, and institutions to pass a resolution retroactively changing the electors for Trump, simply because some think there may have been enough widespread fraud to give him the win. That's unprecedented for good reason, and that's why there's not enough support in the House to cast a new slate of electors. I fear we'd lose our country forever. This truly would bring mutually assured destruction for every future election in regards to the Electoral College, and I can't stand for that, and I won't. On January 6, 2021, the defendant publicly repeated his knowingly false claim regarding an illicit dump of more than 100,000 ballots in Detroit. Let me say that again. On January 6, 2021, the defendant publicly repeated his knowingly false claim regarding an illicit dump of more than 100,000 ballots in Detroit. And now this sounds noble and all. I fought hard. I think he's done an incredible job. I love our republic. That's unprecedented for good reason. Not enough support in the House. I fear we'd lose our country forever. That sounds noble. But we got to keep in mind that this son of a bitch had no problem lying for 4 years to back up this idiot's bullshit claims. Just wasn't willing to put his lies into action. Wasn't willing to put his lies in. So it sounds noble. All of this sounds noble. But it's less noble when put against the backdrop of his knowing, willful lies for 4, 6, 8, 12, however long he's been doing the shit that he does. He has no problem lying. He just has problem backing his lies with actions. So it sounds noble. Like, no, but I won't do that. Like, you'll walk right up to the line, but you won't cross the line. That's not noble. Noble is not even walking close to the line. Noble is saying, I won't even lie about it when it's not critical, when it doesn't mean, fraud in an election. When it's just lies, when it's just, bullshit out in the ethos, I'll lie all day long. But, when it comes to actually signing my name to the lie, I won't do that. That's not noble. There's nothing noble about that. Onward. We're on page 19 of 45. Let's carry on. In Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania was the state where my senator, Ted Cruz, joined in a lawsuit to try and overturn the results. Pennsylvania was the state that Ted Cruz objected to. It still, to this day, objects to, and has not acknowledged his participation in the lies that brought about the riots and insurrection on January 6th. Take a look at chat real quick while I'm here. Come on. Where you at? There we go. Mitch saw Trump as a tool. Yeah. Okay, where are we at? Hillary is not part of this conversation, Steve. Nice try, though. First Amendment protected. Nope, it does not. First Amendment was already addressed in here. Let's roll back a little bit further. It's amazing how the right managed to neutralize the rule of law. The establishment of the target is right. They will succeed if not made that accountable. Trump's success was in breaking the law systematically state. And that was one of the weird things about it. He broke the law in public. Like, it's one thing if you like break the law behind closed doors, like they can investigate that and it becomes a scandal. But he fucking just did it out in front of everybody. Seems pretty straightforward, Steve says. Seems pretty straightforward this First Amendment protected. That is not true. First Amendment does not protect knowingly false statements. Jackass, but he can talk with some basis that he cannot prove that there were not invalid. Yeah, absolutely. Actually, they can. They can present the data and show that they were not valid, that they were not valid claims. And that's what all of this is saying. If we go back up here, that's literally what all this is saying. That the defendant knowingly repeated the false claim. The false claim, an illicit dump of more than 100, that didn't happen. He was told repeatedly that didn't happen. Here's the data. It didn't happen. Here's the information. That didn't happen. This is how it's done. That didn't happen. And then he knowingly repeated a claim that was false. He was shown data, evidence, proof that it was false. And it's going to be on the prosecution to say that this is all of the evidence to show that claim was untrue. And then a jury would have to look at that and say, would a reasonable person see all of this evidence showing that it's not true and still believe that it was true? All of the evidence refuting that. In the face of all of that evidence, do you believe the claim that they still believed it was true? Or do you believe the claim, the contraclaim, that it was a knowingly false statement? That's literally what that entire section was stating. Now let's go on to Pennsylvania. Let's carry it forward. Knowingly false claims are not protected by the First Amendment. Mitch is a great politician. Yeah, I don't dispute that. He's a great politician, but I make no secret of the fact that I really hope he kind of drops dead. He's a terrible fucking person who's done a tremendous amount of harm to this country and millions of people in this country. Already advocated too. McConnell is a chameleon. That is 100% true. 100% true. Mitch is the most consistent guy in politics. Yeah, he's consistently in favor of Mitch and Mitch's power and Mitch's benefactors. And that's what he is. Yeah, Mitch saw him as a tool. I don't disagree with that at all. I'm fully on board with that. Let's see here. Closing ranks. The GOP is the right closing ranks, deciding fascism is the solution for stopping democracy from being real. Where are we at? I lost the thread. Civil war is a real threat. I don't think civil war is a real threat. I don't think that's a real thing. Domestic terrorism is a real threat, but I don't think it's civil war. Leadership of the right behind McConnell and public faces. Didn't even see a message about Clinton. Good job, live chat. Yeah, Steve said something about Hillary. I'm ignoring it. Okay, on our way. Let's carry on. Pennsylvania. The defendant on November 11th, 2020. The defendant publicly maligned a Philadelphia city commissioner for stating on the news that there was no evidence of widespread fraud in Philadelphia. So once again, people on the ground saying there's no evidence of widespread fraud. As a result, the Philadelphia city commissioner and his family received death threats. On November 25th, the day after Pennsylvania's governor signed a certificate of ascertainment and thus certified to the federal government that Biden's electors were the legitimate electors for the state, co-conspirator 1, Rudy Giuliani, orchestrated an event at a hotel in Gettysburg attended by state legislators. Co-conspirator 1 falsely claimed that Pennsylvania had issued 1.8 million absentee ballots and received 2.5 million in return. In the days thereafter, a campaign staffer wrote internally that co-conspirator 1's allegations were just wrong and there was no way to defend it. So he just made false claims with nothing to support them. Deputy campaign manager responded, "We have been saying this for a while. It's very frustrating." Like, yeah, we know he's full of shit. On December 4th, after 4 Republican leaders of the Pennsylvania legislature issued a public statement that the General Assembly lacked the authority to overturn the popular vote and appoint its own slate of electors, and that doing so would violate the state election code and constitution, the defendant retweeted a post labeling the legislators cowards. On December 31st and January 3rd, excuse me, the defendant repeatedly raised with the acting attorney general and acting deputy attorney general the allegation that in Pennsylvania there had been 205,000 more votes than voters, a claim that I heard several times after the election as well, with nothing to back it up. Every time, the Justice Department officials informed the defendants that this claim was false. On January 6, 2021, the defendant publicly repeated his knowingly false claim that there had been 205,000 more votes than voters in Pennsylvania. Repeated a knowingly false claim. That's not protected by the First Amendment. Lying is not protected by the First Amendment. Knowingly false claims to incite and conspire to overthrow, etc., etc. I mean, you can lie, but you can't lie in conjunction with a coordinated plot to inhibit the government function or whatever those original charges were. We'll go back to them in a minute. Wisconsin. On November 29, 2020, this was another state that had fake electors. A recount in Wisconsin that the defendant's campaign had petitioned and paid for did not change the election results. In fact, increased the defendant's margin of defeat. On December 14th, the Wisconsin Supreme Court rejected an election challenge by the campaign. One justice wrote, "Nothing in this case casts any legitimate doubt that the people of Wisconsin lawfully chose Vice President Joe Biden and Senator Harris to be the next leaders of our great country." On December 21st, as a result of the state Supreme Court's decision, the Wisconsin governor, who had signed a certificate of ascertainment on November 30th, identifying Biden's electors as the state's legitimate electors, signed a certificate of the final determination in which he recognized that the state Supreme Court had resolved a controversy regarding the appointment of Biden's electors and confirmed that Biden had received the highest number of votes in the state and his electors were the state's legitimate electors. In the same day, in response to the court decision that had prompted the Wisconsin governor to sign a certificate of final determination, the defendant issued a tweet repeating his knowingly false claim, again, knowingly false claim of election fraud and demanding the Wisconsin legislature overturn the election results that had led the ascertainment of Biden's electors as the legitimate electors. On December 27th, the defendant raised the acting attorney general with the acting attorney general and acting deputy attorney general a specific fraud claim that there had been more votes than voters in Wisconsin. The acting attorney general informed the defendant that this claim was false. On January 6, 2021, the defendant publicly repeated knowingly false claims that there had been tens of thousands of unlawful votes in Wisconsin. So once again, on December 27th, the acting attorney general informed the defendant that the claim was false, that there had been more votes than voters, and on January 6th, he repeated the knowingly false claim that is not protected by First Amendment. The next charge, the defendant's use of dishonesty, fraud, and deceit to organize fraudulent slates of electors and cause them to transmit false certificates to Congress. Wisconsin was one of those states with the false electors. They tried to hand it to Ron Johnson directly. And he was like, whoa! As the defendant attempts to obstruct the electoral vote through deceit of state officials met with repeated failure, beginning in early December 2020, he and co-conspirators developed a new plan to marshal individuals who would have served as the defendant's electors. He had won the popular vote in 7 targeted states: Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, New Mexico, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and caused those individuals to make and send to the Vice President and Congress false certifications that they were legitimate electors. Under the plan, the submission of these fraudulent slates would create a fake controversy at the certification proceeding and position the Vice President presiding January 6th as President of the Senate to supplant legitimate electors with the defendant's fake electors and certify defendant as president. The plan capitalized on ideas presented in memoranda drafted by co-conspirator 5, an attorney, what was that, Epstein? I think that was Epstein. An attorney who was assisting the defendant's campaign with we can probably Google who these co-conspirators were, and it wouldn't be hard to figure out who they were. With legal efforts related to recount in Wisconsin, the memoranda evolved over time from legal strategy to preserve the defendant's rights to a corrupt plan to subvert the federal government function, which again, certifying the election, by stopping Biden's electors' votes from being counted and certified as followed. November 18th memorandum, the Wisconsin memo, advocated that because of the ongoing recount in Wisconsin, the defendant's electors there should meet and cast votes on December 14th, the date the ECA required appointed electors to vote to preserve the alternative of the defendant's Wisconsin elector slate in the event the defendant ultimately prevailed in the state. December 6th memorandum, fraudulent elector memo, marked a sharp departure from co-conspirators 5 Wisconsin memo advocating that the alternate electors originally conceived of to preserve rights in Wisconsin instead be used in a number of states as fraudulent electors to prevent Biden from receiving the 270 electoral votes necessary to secure the presidency on January 6th. The fraudulent elector memo suggested that the defendant's electors in 6 purportedly contested states, Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, should meet and mimic as best as possible the actions of the legitimate Biden electors, and that on January 6th, the vice president should open and count the fraudulent votes, setting up a fake controversy that would derail the proper certification of Biden as the president-elect. The December 9th memorandum, fraudulent elector instructions, Oh. The December 9th memorandum, fraudulent elector instructions, consisted of co-conspirator 5's instructions on how fraudulent electors could mimic legitimate electors in Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Co-conspirator 5 noted that in some states, it would be virtually impossible for the fraudulent electors to successfully take the same steps as the legitimate electors because state law required formal participation in the process by state officials or access to official resources. Page 23, as we begin now. I'm going to scroll over to chat real quick, see what's going on over there. The leadership of the right behind McConnell and the public faces are, well, yeah, that's a good point. Because McConnell is loyal to the party which gave him power, but also the people that keep him in power. All of this account is a review of what those paying attention knew is. Yeah, I mean, we knew what they were doing. We've heard all this stuff. We had heard all of this stuff before. We know this. This is what they recounted all of this in the January 6th hearings. We watched it happen in real time. Navarro, what's his face? John Navarro was on MSNBC saying this is what we were doing. And you know, he was asked by what's his face? Ari Fleischer? Was that the dude? He's like, you know, that you're describing a coup. And he was like, no, it's not a coup. It's a coup. Like, you fucking idiot. Yeah, the Electoral College is a pretty dumb thing. I'm not going to disagree with that. But it's the Electoral College is the best thing we have for the system that we've got. What's bad about the Electoral College is that there's not enough electors. And there's not enough electors because we don't have enough representatives in Congress. It's, yeah. But it's the best we got. So it's the only thing we got. You know, I'm not a big fan. I'm not a big fan of direct popular vote, but I am a much bigger fan of expanding the Electoral College so that it's more representative of the popular vote. You know what I mean? Like the small states have disproportionate representation in the Electoral College. Like, give us population-based electoral representation, and then we don't have to worry about that. Like, you can, hell, even if you just leave the representation in Congress at, 400 and whatever it is, 426 electors, expand the Electoral College. Give us more electors. Use the Wisconsin or the Wyoming rule on the Electoral College. Give everybody population proportional electors. That would be way better as far as the Electoral College goes. But I digress. That would just be a law, too. That doesn't have to be I don't think that's a constitutional amendment. Anyway, the plan began early in December, and ultimately the conspirators in the defendant's campaign took the Wisconsin memo and expanded it to any state that the defendant claimed was contested, even New Mexico, when the defendant had lost by more than 10% of the popular vote. But see, New Mexico, I believe, had a Republican Congress. So they could add that to the list. The expansion was forecast by emails the defendant's chief of staff sent on December 6th, forwarding the Wisconsin memo to campaign staff and writing, "We just need to have someone coordinating the electors for the states." On December 6th, the defendant and co-conspirator 2 called the chairwoman of the Republican National Committee to ensure, Ronna McCain, if I recall, to ensure the plan was in motion. During the call, co-conspirator 2 told the chairwoman that it was important for the RNC to help the defendant's campaign gather electors in targeted states, and falsely represented to her that such electors' votes would be used only if ongoing litigation in one of the states changed the results in the defendant's favor. After the RNC chairwoman consulted the campaign and heard that work on gathering electors was underway, she called and reported this information to the defendant, who responded approvingly. On December 7th, co-conspirator 1 received the Wisconsin memo and the fraudulent elector memo. Co-conspirator 1 spoke with co-conspirator 6, first time co-conspirator 6 has entered chat, regarding attorneys who would assist in the fraudulent electoral effort in the targeted states, and he received from co-conspirator 6 an email identifying attorneys in Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, New Mexico, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Those states are always listed in alphabetical order. I just noticed that. The next day, on December 8th, co-conspirator 5 called Arizona attorney on co-conspirator 6 list, the Arizona attorney on co-conspirator's list, 6's list. In an email after the call, the Arizona attorney recounted his conversation with co-conspirator 5 as follows. I think that's the first time co-conspirator 5 enters chat, too. I just talked to the gentleman who did that memo, co-conspirator 5. His idea is basically that all of us, Georgia, Wisconsin, Arizona, Pennsylvania, etc., have our electors send in their votes, even though the votes aren't legal under federal law because they're not signed by the governor, informing them that this is fraud, so that members of Congress can fight about whether they should be counted on January 6th. They could potentially argue that they're not bound by federal law because they're Congress and they make the law. Kind of wild, creative. I'm happy to discuss. My comment to him was that I guess there's no harm in it, legally at least, i.e., we would just be sending in fake electoral votes to Pence so that someone in Congress can make an objection when they start counting votes and start arguing that the fake votes should be counted. And they had people lined up to make the argument, like Paul Gosar and Ted fucking Cruz and all these other chuckleheads in Congress who are more than willing. That's commentary. I just want to read we're just reading the indictment. Carry on. At co-conspirator 1's direction, on December 10th, co-conspirator 5, and if Pence wasn't going to accept the contested slate of electors, the mob was going to get Pence off the grounds and Chuck Grassley would have done it. That's commentary. We're just reading the indictment. Just reading the indictment. Although we know what the fucking conspiracy was. Anyway, at co-conspirator 1's direction on December 10th, co-conspirator 5 sent to points of contact in all targeted states except Wisconsin, which had already received the memos, and New Mexico in a streamlined version of the Wisconsin memo, which did not reveal the intended fraudulent use of the defendant's electors and the fraudulent elector instructions along with fraudulent elector certificates that had been drafted. The next day, so what they're saying is all of these electors' schemes were coordinated. The next day, on December 11th, it occurs to me I could have a pipe. On December 11th, through co-conspirator 5, co-conspirator 1 suggested that Arizona lawyer file a petition for the Certiorari in the Supreme Court as a pretext to claim that litigation was pending in the state to provide cover for convening and voting of the defendant's fraudulent electors there. Co-conspirator 5 explained that co-conspirator 1 had heard from a state official and state provisional elector that it could appear treasonous for the Arizona electors to vote on Monday if there's no pending court proceeding. To manage the plan in Pennsylvania, on December 12th, co-conspirator 1, co-conspirator 5, and co-conspirator 6 participated in a conference call organized by the defendant's campaign with the defendant's electors in that state. When the defendant's electors expressed concern about signing certificates representing themselves as legitimate electors, co-conspirator 1 falsely assured them that their certificates would be used only if the defendant succeeded in litigation. Subsequently, co-conspirator 6 circulated proposed conditional language to that effect for potential inclusion in the fraudulent elector certificates. A campaign official cautioned not to offer the conditional language in other states because the other states are signing what he prepared. If it gets out that we change the language for Pennsylvania, it could snowball. In some cases, the defendant's electors refused to participate in the plan. On December 13th, co-conspirator 5 sent co-conspirator 1, again Rudy Giuliani, an email memorandum that further confirmed that the conspirators' plan was not to use the fraudulent electors only in the circumstance that the defendant's litigation was successful in one of the targeted states. Instead, the plan was to falsely present the fraudulent states as an alternative to the legitimate states at Congress's certification proceeding. That's not protected by the First Amendment. On December 13th, the defendant asked the senior campaign advisor for an update on what was going on with the elector plan and directed him to put out a statement on electors. As a result, co-conspirator 1 directed the senior campaign advisor, probably, I don't know who that was, to join a conference call with him, co-conspirator 6, and others. When senior campaign advisor related these developments in text messages to the deputy campaign manager, a senior advisor to the defendant, and a campaign staffer, the deputy campaign manager responded, "Here's the thing. The way this is morphed, it's a crazy play, so I don't know who wants to put their name on it." The way this is morphed, it's a crazy play, so I don't know who wants to put their name on it. What he's saying is, this is getting out of hand. I don't know if there's anybody that wants to, legitimize this and, take the fall. The senior advisor wrote, certifying illegal votes. In turn, the participant in the group text message refused to have a statement regarding electors attributed to their names because none of them could stand by it. The campaign couldn't even stand by their own fucking scheme. And my senator, Jesus fucking Christ. Also on December 13th, at a campaign staffer's request, co-conspirator 5 drafted and sent fraudulent elector certificates for the defendant's electors in New Mexico, which had not previously been among the targeted states and where there was no pending litigation on the defendant's behalf. The next day, the defendant's campaign filed an election challenge suit in New Mexico at 11:54 a.m., 6 minutes before the noon deadline for electors' votes, as a pretext so that there was pending litigation there at the time the fraudulent electors voted. If this doesn't piss you off reading it, I don't know what does. I mean, it's a Keystone Cop thing. It's the gang that can't shoot straight. But this is detailing knowingly false, fraud, lies, actions. God damn it. On December 14th, the legitimate electors of all 50 states and the District of Columbia met in their respective jurisdictions to formally cast their votes for president, resulting in a total of 232 electoral votes for the defendant and 306 for Biden. The The legitimate electoral votes that Biden won in the states that the defendant targeted and the defendant's margin of defeat were as follows. Arizona, 11 electoral votes, 10,457 votes. Georgia, 16 electoral votes, 11,779 votes. Michigan, 16 electoral votes, 154,188 votes. Nevada, 6 electoral votes, 33,596 votes. New Mexico, 5 electoral votes, 99,720 votes. Pennsylvania, 20 electoral votes, 80,555 votes. And Wisconsin, 10 electoral votes, 20,682 votes. On the same day, at the direction of the defendant and co-conspirator 1, fraudulent electors convened sham proceedings in the 7 targeted states to cast fraudulent electoral ballots in favor of the defendant. In some cases, in order to satisfy legal requirements set forth for legitimate electors under state law, state officials were enlisted to provide the fraudulent electors access to state capitol buildings so that they could gather and vote there. In many cases, however, as co-conspirator 5 had predicted in the fraudulent elector instructions, the fraudulent electors were unable to satisfy the legal requirements. Hell, I think there was one state where they were full-on locked out. I think that was Arizona, where they were locked out. Arizona or Pennsylvania, where they were locked out. They couldn't even get into the building. It was a private proceeding. Nonetheless, as directed in the... It might have been Wisconsin. It doesn't matter. Nonetheless, as directed in the fraudulent elector instructions shortly after the fraudulent electors met on December 14th, the targeted states' fraudulent elector certificates were mailed to the President of the Senate, the Archivist of the United States, and others. The defendant and co-conspirators ultimately used the certificates of these fraudulent electors to deceitfully target the government function, and did so contrary to how fraudulent electors were told they would be used. That is not protected by the First Amendment. Unlike those in the fraudulent electors, consistent with the ECA, the legitimate electors' signed certificates were annexed to the state's executive certificates of ascertainment before being sent to the President of the Senate and others. That evening at 6:26 p.m., the RNC chairwoman forwarded to the defendant through his executive assistant an email titled Electors Recap, Final, which represented that the 6 contested states, Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, the defendant's electors had voted in parallel to Biden's electors. The defendant's executive assistant responded, "It's in front of him." Whew. We're over halfway done. We're right at halfway done. We're at page 27. Let's check chat. Where are we at? A mediocre coup, yeah. A mediocre coup. The Electoral College is a potential threat to democracy. It's a huge threat to democracy. But it's also a stabilizing force. I mean, it forces... I'm not as opposed to the Electoral College as a lot of progressives tend to be, and I'm not as for it as a lot of conservatives tend to be. I would prefer to see reform of the Electoral College because as a tool for maintaining the Republican structure that we have, 50 states, one country, the Electoral College is good to have. But as a very unrepresentative tallying of votes, it is not a good tool to have. Because it drastically overcounts small states and undercounts large states. Texas and California and New York would have a lot more electors if it was population based. So would Florida and Ohio. The states that get punished the most are the ones in the middle, the mid-sized states. They lose electors so that small states can have electors. Texas and California and we still get all the votes. We still have plenty of votes compared to the other guys. It's the small states that lose 1 or 2 votes. I mean, granted, California, Texas, we both have like 80 more votes in the Electoral College if it was population based. But there should be 1,400, 1,600. There should be about 1,600 electors in the Electoral College. And right now there's 526, something like that. 529. It's ridiculous. When that number was set based on the number of representatives in the House and senators in the Senate, that was 1917. Our population has tripled since then. We should have 3 times as many representatives to represent the population in the states when it comes to voting. Now, when it comes to representation in Congress, I understand that the principle of having greater representation for smaller states so that larger states don't counterbalance the small states in the halls of power. But when it comes to voting, one person, one vote, right? Like Wisconsin or Wyoming's votes shouldn't count for 3 times the votes in Texas. That's not how it should be, and that's a load of horse shit. Anyway, that said, Wisconsin's total votes don't count nearly for 3 times as many people as 3 times that the votes in Texas count, because Texas has 36 electors and Wisconsin has 3. So, you know, conceptually, I can see the argument both ways, but the best way that I see to reform it is to triple the number of electors, just straight up triple it, and then tack it straight to population distribution. And based on the lowest number of people in the state, Wyoming has 3 electors, and everything should be based on that. 3 electors per state, per 100,000 people, or however many they have in Wyoming, 100,000, 150,000, something like that. Anyway, on we go. The people in power fear popular democracy. Oh yeah, people in power absolutely fear the. I mean, they're in power, and the fewer representatives they have, the more power they have. The fewer representatives per population they have, the more power they have. And they're never going to give that power up. Never in a billion years. It would take a popular referendum. It would take the people getting a Constitution Amendment passed, an extra governmental entity working it out. I don't ever see that happen. I don't know. We'll see. One of these days, we'll see. Who knows? Onward. Stupid people voting for them either way. Sadly, the majority of voters are particularly ignorant or naive, if not corrupt by a culture of submission in the way of life. That's a possibility. Let's say you get Democrats or Republicans, whatever you call the dumb people. 538. Yeah, 538. That's what, yeah. Nate Silver has their, is it 538? Is that what it is? 538.com? Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, the condition for a progressive, honest republic and united stability is a true popular democracy. That's how democracy becomes culture. Yeah, but democracy, that's a good philosophical discussion to have. We're not a single unified people, though. We're 50 states in one country. That's what we are. We're a constitutional democracy. A constitutional democracy organized under a republican political structure. We're not a direct democracy. We're not a we're 50 democracies and or commonwealths that organize into a single country. Anyway, on to stupid heart in chat. Boop 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 boop. I can put hearts. All right. Anyway, now he's too big. I miss when Nate wasn't so big. He used to email back. You used to email with Nate Silver? No shit. That's pretty fucking cool. Nate Silver. Yeah. Anyway. All right. Onward to page 27. Let's go. I'm kind of getting tired. What time is it? Oh shit, it's 12:30. I've been doing this for 2.5 hours. Fuck me. All right, let's go. The defendants attempt to leverage the Justice Department to use deceit to get state officials to replace legitimate electors and electoral votes with the defendants. In late December 2020, The defendant attempted to use the Justice Department to make knowingly false claims of election fraud to officials targeted states through formal letter under Acting Attorney General's signature, thus giving the defendant lies, the backing of the federal government, and attempting to improperly influence the targeted states to replace legitimate Biden electors with the defendants. On December 22nd, the defendant met with co-conspirator 4 at the White House. Co-conspirator 4 had not informed. I think this is the first time seeing co-conspirator 4 too. He's just in her chat. Had not informed his leadership at the Justice Department of the meeting, which was a violation of the Justice Department's written policy restricting contacts with the White House to guard against improper political influence. I think this is the dude who was the environmental, the attempted Attorney General, the environmental lawsuit guy in the Department of Justice. Anyway, on December 26th, co-conspirator 4 spoke on a phone with Acting Attorney General, lied about the circumstances of his meeting with the defendant at the White House, falsely claiming that the meeting had been unplanned. The Acting Attorney General directed co-conspirator 4 not to have unauthorized contacts with the White House again, and co-conspirator 4 said he would not. The next morning, on December 27th, contrary to Acting Attorney General's direction, co-conspirator 4 spoke with the defendant on the defendant's cell phone for nearly 3 minutes. He said, "I would not." The next morning, he did. That afternoon, the defendant called the Acting Attorney General and Acting Deputy Attorney General and said, among other things, people tell me co-conspirator 4 is great. I should put him in. The defendant also raised multiple false claims of election fraud, while the Acting Attorney General and Acting Deputy Attorney General refuted. When the Acting Attorney General told the defendant that the Justice Department could not and would not change the outcome of the election, the defendant responded, "Just say that the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman." Just lie, is what he said. Just say it was corrupt. Let us deal with the rest. Then December 28th, co-conspirator 4 sent a draft letter to the Acting Attorney General and Acting Deputy Attorney General, which he proposed they all sign. The draft was addressed to the state officials in Georgia, and co-conspirator 4 proposed sending the versions of the letter to elected officials in other targeted states. The proposed letter contained numerous knowingly false claims about the election and Justice Department, including that. Again, knowingly false claims, not protected by the First Amendment. The Justice Department had identified significant concerns that may have impacted the outcome of the election in multiple states. The Justice Department believed that in Georgia and other states, 2 valid slates of electors had gathered at the proper location on December 14th, and that both sets of ballots had been transmitted to Congress. That is, co-conspirator 4's letter sought to advance the defendant's fraudulent elector plan by using the authority of the Justice Department to falsely present the fraudulent electors as valid alternative to the legitimate electors. The Justice Department urged that the state legislature convene a special legislative session to create the opportunity to, among other things, choose the fraudulent electors over the legitimate electors. So all 3 of those things were lies. That they did not identify significant concerns that might impact the outcome. That they had 2 sets of electors, 2 valid sets of electors. That was not true. They knew that one set was fake. And that they convened the special counsel based on those 2 lies. Wow. The Acting Attorney General promptly responded to co-conspirator 4 by email and told him that his proposed letter was false, writing, "Despite dramatic claims to the contrary, we have not seen the type of fraud that calls into question the reported and certified results of the election." In a meeting shortly thereafter, the Acting Attorney General and Acting Deputy Attorney General again directed co-conspirator 4 to not have unauthorized contact with the White House. On December 31st, the defendant summoned to the Oval Office the Acting Attorney General, Acting Deputy Attorney General, and other advisors. In the meeting, defendant again raised claims about election fraud that Justice Department officials already had told him were not true, and that the senior Justice Department officials reiterated were false, and suggesting he might change leadership at the Justice Department. Think about doing this on December 31st. What were you doing on December 31st? I was working let's see, December 31st that year. I was getting ready for a New Year celebration. I was chilling out and having fun. I wasn't obsessing over a lost job. This dude is a fucking kook. On January 2nd, 2021, just 4 days before Congress's certification proceedings, co-conspirator 4 tried to coerce the acting attorney general and acting deputy attorney general to sign and send co-conspirator 4's draft letter, which contained false statements to state officials. He told them that the defendant was considering making co-conspirator 4 the new acting attorney general, and that co-conspirator 4 would decline the defendant's offer if the acting attorney general and acting deputy attorney general would agree to send the proposed letter to the targeted states. The Justice Department official refused. This was the dude that the entire Justice Department was going to resign if he was appointed attorney general. The next morning on January 3rd, despite having uncovered no additional evidence of election fraud, co-conspirator 4 sent to the Justice Department colleague an edited version of his draft letter to the states. Co-conspirator 4 sent to a Justice Department colleague an edited version of his draft letter to the states, which included a change from its previous claim that the Justice Department had concerns to a stronger false claim that as of today, there is evidence of significant irregularities that may have impacted the outcome of the election in multiple states. So he made the lie even a bigger lie. Also, on the morning of January 3rd, co-conspirator 4 met with the defendants at the White House, again without having informed senior Justice Department officials, and accepted the defendant's offer to become acting attorney general. On the afternoon of January 3rd, co-conspirator 4 spoke with a deputy White House counsel. The previous month, the deputy White House counsel had informed the defendant that there is no world, there is no option in which you do not leave the White House on January 20th. Now, the same deputy White House counsel tried to dissuade co-conspirator 4 from assuming the role of acting attorney general. The deputy White House counsel reiterated to co-conspirator 4 that there had not been outcome determinative fraud in the election, and that if defendant remained in the office nonetheless, there would be riots in every major city in the United States. Co-conspirator 4 responded, "Well, Deputy White House counsel, that's why there's an insurrection act. They were willing to burn the whole fucking place to the ground." Also that afternoon, co-conspirator 4 met with the acting attorney general and told him that the defendant had decided to put co-conspirator 4 in charge of the Justice Department. The acting attorney general responded that he would not accept being fired by a subordinate and immediately scheduled a meeting with the defendant for that evening. On the evening of January 3rd, the defendant met for a briefing on an overseas national security issue with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staffs and other senior national security advisors. The chairman briefed the defendant on the issue, which had previously arisen in December, as well as possible ways the defendant could handle it. When the chairman and another advisor recommended that the defendant take no action because Inauguration Day was only 17 days away, and in any course of action could trigger something unhelpful, the defendant calmly agreed, stating, "Yeah, you're right. It's too late for us. We're going to give that to the next guy." He knew he was done. Knowingly repeated false information. That's why there's an insurrection act. Oh, fucker. Anyway, the defendant moved immediately from his national security briefing to the meeting with the acting attorney general had requested earlier that day, which included co-conspirator 4, the acting attorney general, the acting deputy attorney general, the Justice Department's assistant attorney general for the Office of Legal Counsel, the White House counsel, a deputy White House counsel, and a senior advisor. I remember hearing about this meeting. At the meeting, the defendant expressed frustration with the acting attorney general for failing to do anything to overturn the election results, and the group discussed co-conspirator 4's plans to investigate the purported election fraud and to send his proposed letter to state officials, a copy of which was provided to the defendant during the meeting. The defendant relented in his plan to replace acting attorney general with co-conspirator 4 only when he was told, there it is, that it would result in a mass resignation at the Justice Department and of his own White House counsel. Like, again, we know all this shit happened. We've heard about it. This is not new information. This is just putting it in a legal brief attached to actual charges with crimes. At the meeting in the Oval Office on the night of January 3rd, co-conspirator 4 suggested the Justice Department could opine that Vice President would exceed his lawful authority during the certification proceeding and change the election outcome. When the Assistant Attorney General for the Office of Legal Counsel began to explain why the Justice Department should not do so, the defendant said, "No one here should be talking to the Vice President. I'm talking to the Vice President," and ended the discussion. If this doesn't piss you off, I mean, this is an assault on our country. This is a fucking coup. An unlawful attempt to maintain power. Anyway, on we go. The defendant's attempts to enlist the VP to fraudulently alter the election results on August. Okay, here we go. This is getting deep into the coup here. Page 32 of 45. One more drink. All right. As the January 6th congressional certification proceeding approached and other efforts to impair, obstruct, and defeat the federal government function, which again, certifying the election, failed, the defendant sought to enlist the vice president to use his ceremonial role at the certification to fraudulently alter the election results. The defendant did this first by using knowingly false claims of election fraud to convince the vice president to accept the defendant's fraudulent electors, reject legitimate electoral votes, or send legitimate electoral votes to state legislatures for review rather than count them. When that failed, the defendant attempted to use a crowd of supporters that he had gathered in Washington, D.C. to pressure the vice president to fraudulently alter the election results. On December 19th, 2020, after cultivating widespread anger and resentment for weeks with his knowingly false claims of election fraud, the defendant urged his supporters to travel to Washington on the day of the certification proceedings, tweeting, "Big protest in D.C. on January 6th. Be there, will be wild." Throughout late December, he repeatedly urged his supporters to come to Washington for January 6th. On December 23rd, the defendant retweeted a memo titled Operation Pence Card, which falsely asserted that the vice president could, among other things, unilaterally disqualify legitimate electors for 6 targeted states. On the same day, co-conspirator 2 circulated a 2-page memorandum outlining a plan for vice president to unlawfully declare the defendant the certified winner of the presidential election. In the memorandum, co-conspirator 2 claimed that 7 states had transmitted 2 slates of electors and proposed that the vice president announce that because of the ongoing disputes in the 7 states, there are no electors that can be deemed validly appointed in those states. Next, co-conspirator 2 proposed steps that he acknowledged violated the ECA, advocating that, in the end, Pence gavels President Trump as re-elected. Just 2 months earlier, on October 11th, co-conspirator 2 had taken the opposite position, writing that neither the Constitution nor the ECA provided the vice president discretion in the counting of electoral votes or permitted him to make the determination on his own. On several private phone calls in late December and early January, the defendant repeated knowingly false claims of election fraud and directly pressured the vice president to use his ceremonial role at the certification proceeding on January 6th to fraudulently overturn the results of the election, and the vice president resisted, including, on several private phone calls. This means that Pence turned over this information to Jack Smith, because this was a private phone call between the defendant, Trump, and Pence. Trump didn't turn that information over, unless there's phone logs and phone recordings. This is information that Pence turned over. Pence is cooperating. But we already knew that. This is proof, though. On December 25th, when the Vice President called the defendant to wish him a Merry Christmas, all holidays matter, Mr. President. The defendant quickly turned the conversation to January 6th and his request that the Vice President reject electoral votes that day. Vice President pushed back, telling the defendant, as the Vice President already had in previous conversations, "You know I don't think I have the authority to change that outcome." On December 29th, as reflected in Vice President's contemporaneous notes, the defendant falsely told the Vice President that the Justice Department was finding major infractions. On January 1st, the defendant called the Vice President and berated him because he had learned that the Vice President had opposed a lawsuit seeking a judicial decision that, at the certification, the Vice President had the authority to reject or return votes to the states under the Constitution. The Vice President responded that he thought there was no constitutional basis for such authority and that it was improper. In response, the defendant told the Vice President, "You're too honest." What? You're too honest? You're too honest? Are you fucking kidding me? All right, on we go. Within hours of the conversation, the defendant reminded his supporters to meet in Washington before the certification proceeding, tweeting, "The big protest rally in Washington, D.C. will take place at 11 a.m. on January 6th. Location, details to follow. Stop the steal." Not with a hashtag because he's stupid. On January 3rd, the defendant again told Vice President that at the certification proceedings, the Vice President had the absolute right to reject electoral votes and the ability to overturn the election. The Vice President responded that he had no such authority and that a federal appeals court had rejected the lawsuits making that claim the previous day. On January 3rd, co-conspirator 2 circulated a second memorandum that included a new plan under which, contrary to the ECA, the Vice President would send the elector slates to the state legislators to determine which slate to count. On January 4, the defendant held a meeting with co-conspirator 2 and the Vice President and the Vice President's Chief of Staff and the Vice President's counsel for the purpose of convincing the Vice President, based on the defendant's knowledge, knowingly false claims of elector fraud, that the Vice President should reject or send to the states Biden's legitimate electoral votes rather than count them. The defendant legitimately excluded his White House counsel, or deliberately excluded his White House counsel from the meeting because the White House counsel previously had pushed back on the defendant's false claims of election fraud. During the meeting, as reflected in the Vice President's contemporaneous notes, the defendant made knowingly false claims of election fraud, including, bottom line, won every state by hundreds of thousands of votes, and we won every state, and asked regarding a claim a senior Justice Department officials previously told him was false, including as recently as the night before, what about 205,000 votes in the Pennsylvania than voters, which was a knowingly false claim. The defendant and co-conspirator 2 then asked the Vice President to either unilaterally reject the legitimate electors from the 7 targeted states or send the question of which slate was legitimate to the targeted states' legislatures. When the Vice President challenged co-conspirator 2 on whether the proposal to return the question to the states was defensible, co-conspirator 2 responded, "Well, nobody's tested it before." The Vice President then told the defendant, "Did you hear that? Even your own counsel is not saying that I have the authority." The defendant responded, "That's okay. I prefer the other suggestion of the Vice President rejecting the electors unilaterally." I swear to God, if this doesn't piss you off, I mean, what are you even doing? I mean, I get it. It's like, there's bigger things to worry about. There's more important stuff, but like, it doesn't directly affect us. But this is our voice. This is our voice. This is our votes. This is our country. This is the rule of law. This is accountability. This is people looking at the law and saying, well, let's just do whatever the fuck we want and send it to the courts and see what happens. Because if it goes to the courts, then it gets dragged out in litigation and court hearings and court judgments for the next 3-4 months. By the time that's done, it's May, well past Inauguration Day. Also on January 4th, when co-conspirator 2 acknowledged to the defendant's senior advisor that no court would support his proposal, the senior advisor told co-conspirator 2, "You're going to cause riots in the streets." Co-conspirator 2 responded that there had previously been points in the nation's history where violence was necessary to protect the republic. After this conversation, the senior advisor notified the defendant that co-conspirator 2 had conceded that his plan was not going to work. Violence was necessary to protect the republic. These people were willing to order people to shoot protesters, defending the rule of law, defending their vote, defending their voice, defending legitimate elections. That's not protected by free speech. On the morning of January 5th, at the defendant's direction, the vice president's chief of staff and the vice president's counsel met again with co-conspirator 2. This is a very dark section of this indictment. We're moving from the planning through to like the panic. This is the panic stage. And they're like, we'll do fucking anything. Burn the whole place down. And again, Pence is no hero. He's doing at the last possible minute the bare minimum of his fucking job. When for 4 years he stood by and let this guy rape our fucking country. And only at the last possible opportunity to do anything, he finally stands up and says, I'm going to do the bare fucking minimum. He's no hero. No fucking hero in this at all. None of these people are heroes. Anyway, on the morning of January 5th, at the defendant's direction, Vice President's Chief of Staff and Vice President's Counsel met again with co-conspirator 2. Co-conspirator 2 now advocated that the Vice President do what the defendant had said he preferred the day before, unilaterally reject electors from the targeted states. During the meeting, co-conspirator 2 privately acknowledged to the Vice President's Counsel that he hoped to prevent judicial review of his proposal because he understood that it would be unanimously rejected by the Supreme Court. The Vice President's Counsel expressed to co-conspirator 2 that following through with the proposal would result in a disastrous situation where the election might have to be decided in the streets. The same day, the defendant encouraged supporters to travel to Washington on January 6th, and he set the false expectation that the vice president had the authority to and might use his ceremonial role at the certification proceeding to reverse the election outcome in the defendant's favor, including the following tweets. At 11:06, the vice president has the power to reject fraudulently chosen electors. This was within 40 minutes of the defendant's earlier reminder, see you in D.C. At 5:05 p.m., Washington is being inundated with people who don't want to see an election victory stolen. Our country has had enough. They won't take it anymore. We hear you and love you from the Oval Office. Knowingly false claims. What's going on here? Page 30. There we go. Okay, pages weren't loading. Carry it back up. All right, at 5:43 p.m., I will be speaking at the Save America rally tomorrow on the Ellipse at 11 a.m. Eastern. arrive early. Doors open at 7 a.m. Big crowds. Also on January 5th, the defendant met alone with the vice president. When the vice president refused to agree to the defendant's request that he obstruct the certification, the defendant grew frustrated and told the vice president the defendant would have to publicly criticize him. Upon learning of this, the vice president's chief of staff was concerned for the vice president's safety and alerted the head of the vice president's Secret Service detail. As crowds began to gather in Washington and were audible from the Oval Office, the defendant remarked to advisors that the crowd of the following day was going to be angry. That night, the defendant approved and caused the defendant's campaign to issue a public statement that the defendant knew from his meeting with the vice president only hours earlier was false. The vice president and I are in total agreement that the vice president has the power to act. Knowingly false statements, inciting an angry mob. On January 6th, stating the early morning hours, defendant again turned to the knowingly false statements aimed at pressuring vice president to fraudulently alter the election outcome and raised publicly the false expectations that the vice president might do so. At 1 a.m., the defendant issued a tweet that falsely claimed, "If Vice President Mike Pence comes through for us, we will win the presidency. Many states want to decertify the mistake that they made in certifying incorrect and even fraudulent numbers in a process not approved by their state legislatures, which it must be. Mike can send it back." Not true. At 8:17 a.m., the defendant issued a tweet that falsely stated states want to correct their votes, which they now know were based on irregularities and fraud, plus corrupt processes never received legislative approval. All Mike Pence has to do is send them back to the states, and we win. Do it, Mike, this time for extreme courage. Or this is a time for extreme courage. All right, we're starting page 37 here. Go to chat. What's it say? What do we got here in chat? The condition for progressive, honest republic in the United States is true popular democracy. I swear I want to punch whoever put the stupid heart in chat. Yeah. Constitutional Assembly is the equivalent of popular revolt imposing democracy. I wish that Nate wasn't so big. We used to email back and forth. Democracy should unify a mosaic of people's code, but democracy doesn't do that. Direct democracy doesn't do that at all. Direct democracy has a majority of people imposing their will on a minority of people. You don't have to build, you only have to build coalitions in a pluralistic society. When you have a majority of people, you don't have to worry about a coalition at all. Democracy is extremely dangerous, and democracies tend to collapse because of that. All right, I appreciate the sub, George. Thank you so much. All baby boomers in their last miles. Nobody tell George what I think about baby boomers. I know all baby boomers aren't bad, but baby boomers, oh man, there's I got opinions. Anyway, Congress to be as dumb as the people they represent. I say this because they truly represent the people would mean represent the worst and best. Is true. That's a good that's a good philosophical question. Like, what is Congress's role? What should they do? I think they should be representative of the people they represent. My personal opinion. I think they should be representative of the population that they represent. Ultimately, the House of Representatives represents the people in the state or in their district. The Senate represents the people in their state. And I know the original text of the Constitution had the Senate representing the state and the House representing the people, but it's changed over time. Anyway. Ultimately, Congress represents the people that put them in office, and those people that put them in office are the moneyed powers. They're the money people. They're the people that pay for their campaigns. That's who Congress represents, ultimately. And there's ways to fix that. One of the ways to fix that is by increasing the number of representatives in Congress, because then it makes it really expensive to buy a majority. Really expensive to buy a majority. You triple the number of people in Congress, you make it really hard to buy a majority. You raise the top tier tax, you reduce the amount of free cash that these companies have. If companies have $1 billion to spend on elections, they have $1 billion to spend in taxes. That's the math. If they can throw money at PACs and candidates and elections every 2 to 4 years, they can be taxed a little bit higher. They can be taxed 15% higher. They got plenty of cash laying around on the top end. Not necessarily on the bottom end, but definitely on the top end. Anyway, on we go through chat. 12:36. I don't want to get too far behind on chat. We're about 20 minutes behind on chat. The people make it easier to manipulate by lies. All holidays don't matter. Sorry. All holidays matter is a joke. Because they're like, Black Lives Matter. All lives matter. Yeah, okay. Merry Christmas. Well, all holidays matter. I mean, it's a stupid joke, but it's a joke. We need to get Humble and ad block. Ad block? Do I have it? Oh, on the thing? Yeah, it's no big deal. Don't worry about it. Historic excuse denied democracy as the accusation of stupidity. That is true. Finding out in 2030 if he's charged for any of this. Dude, this is what he's being charged. This is the indictment. This is the charge. This is this is the charging document. He's going to stand trial for this shit. Well, he may not stand trial for this shit. But this is the indictment. This is the charges that they're bringing. This is being charged. This is real. This is fucking real. He's being held accountable for his fucking actions. Anyway, courageous lives until the coward. The courageous lives until the coward betrays him. Yeah, something like that. Solidarity. I'm with you, George. So I've been drinking a crazy good, cheap, mass-made Kentucky bourbon. Hey, Kentucky bourbon is generic, man. I stick with that 100% of the time. Kentucky bourbon is generic, 100%. And I'm willing to die on that hill. But we'll come back to chat in a minute. Well, hey, that's actually a mini episode that I'm going to put out in a few days about Kentucky bourbon and its generic qualities. But let's move on. We're at section 101, page 36 of 45. 37 of 45 is where we're at right now. We're in the home stretch, homeboys. Let's go. On the morning of January 6th, an agent of the defendant contacted a United States senator to ask him to hand-deliver documents to the vice president. That is Ron Johnson. The senator is Ron Johnson. The agent then facilitated the receipt by the senator's staff of the fraudulent certificates signed by the defendant's fraudulent electors in Michigan and Wisconsin. Ron Johnson, Wisconsin, which were believed to not have been delivered to the vice president or archivist by mail. When one of the senator's staffers contacted a staffer for the vice president by text message to arrange a delivery of what the senator's staffers had been told were alternate slates of electors from Michigan and Wisconsin because the archivist didn't receive them, the vice president's staffer rejected them. At 10:15 a.m., the defendant called the vice president and again pressured him to fraudulently reject or return Biden's legitimate electoral votes. The vice president again refused. Immediately after the call, the defendant decided to single out vice president in public remarks he would make within the hour, reinserting language that he had personally drafted earlier that morning, falsely claiming that the vice president had the authority to send electoral votes to the states, but that the advisors had previously successfully advocated be removed. This is the coup. This is the coup happening. As it's happening right here. This is the fucking coup. Earlier that morning, the defendant had selected co-conspirator 2 to join co-conspirator 1 in giving public remarks before his own. When they did so, Did Sidney Powell give remarks at the ellipse, or was this that fucker with the Nixon tattoo on his back and the stupid fucking top hat? Anyway, doesn't matter. Earlier that morning, somebody Google who the co-conspirators are in the indictment. Earlier that morning, the defendant had selected co-conspirator to join co-conspirator 1 in giving public remarks of his own. When they did so, based knowingly false election fraud claims, co-conspirator 1 and co-conspirator 2 intensified pressure on the vice president to fraudulently obstruct the certification proceeding. Co-conspirator 1 told the crowd that vice president could cast the ECA aside and unilaterally decide on the validity of these crooked ballots. He also lied when he claimed to have letters from 5 legislatures begging us to send elector slates back to the legislatures for review and so-called trial by combat. All we are demanding of Vice President Pence in this afternoon at 1 o'clock, he let the legislatures of the state look into this so we can get to the bottom of it and the American people know whether we have control of the direction of our government or not. We no longer live in a self-governing republic if we can't get the answer to this question. Again, knowingly false claims. Next, beginning 1156, the defendant made multiple knowingly false statements integral in his criminal plans to defeat the electoral government function, obstruct the certification, and interfere with others' rights to vote and have their votes counted. The defendant repeated false claims of election fraud, gave false hope that the vice president might change the election outcome, and directed the crowd in front of him to go to the Capitol as a means to obstruct the certification and pressure vice president to fraudulently obstruct the certification. The defendant's knowingly false claims for these purposes included: the defendant falsely claimed that based on fraud, the vice president could alter the outcome of election results, stating, "I hope Mike Pence is going to do the right thing. I hope so. I hope so, because if Mike Pence does the right thing, we win the election. All he has to do, this is from the number one, or certainly one of the top constitutional lawyers in our country. He has the absolute right to do it. He's supposed to protect our country, support our Constitution, and protect our Constitution. States want to revote. The states got defrauded. They were given false information. They voted on it. Now they want to recertify and they want it back. All Vice President Pence has to do is send it back to these states to recertify and become president, and you are the happiest people." And as we saw before, not a single one of the states said that. Every single one of the governors, attorney generals, assistant attorney generals, secretaries of state, speakers of the House, every single one of the officials said, "We have absolutely no problem certifying these votes." Not a single one of them said they wanted a revote. Not a single one of them said they wanted it back. Not a single one of them said they want to recertify. That is a lie. That is a knowing lie. After the defendant falsely stated the Pennsylvania legislature wanted to recertify their votes, they want to recertify, but only way they can happen is if Mike Pence agrees to send it back. The crowd began to chant, "Send it back." The defendant also said that regular rules no longer applied, stating, "And fraud breaks up everything, doesn't it? When you catch somebody in fraud, you're allowed to go by very different rules," which is not fucking true. Finally, after exhorting that we fight like hell, and if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore, the defendant directed the people in front of him to head to the Capitol, suggested he was going to go with them, and told them to give members of Congress the kind of pride and boldness that they need to take back our country. During and after the defendant's remarks, thousands of people marched to the Capitol. The defendant's exploitation of the violence and chaos at the Capitol. Shortly before 1 p.m., the vice president issued a public statement explaining that his role as president of the Senate at the certification proceeding that was about to begin did not include unilateral authority to determine which electoral votes could be counted and which could not. But before the defendant had finished speaking, a crowd began to gather at the Capitol. Thereafter, a mass of people, including the individuals who had traveled to Washington and to the Capitol and to the defendant's direction, broke through barriers cordoning off Capitol grounds and advanced to the building, including by violently attacking law enforcement officers trying to secure it. The defendant, who had returned to the White House after concluding his remarks, watched events at the Capitol unfold on the television in the dining room next to the Oval Office. At 2:13 p.m., after more than an hour of steady, violent advancement, the crowd at the Capitol broke into the building. Upon receiving news that the individuals had breached the Capitol, the defendant's advisors told him that there was a riot there and the rioters had breached the building. When advisors urged the defendant to issue a calming message aimed at the rioters, the defendant refused, instead repeatedly remarking that people at the Capitol were angry because the election had been stolen. At 2:24 p.m., after advisors had left the defendant alone in his dining room, the defendant issued a tweet intended to further delay and obstruct the certification. Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving states a chance to certify a corrected set of facts, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones which they were asked to previously certify. USA demands the truth. An active coup is happening at the time this is going on. 1 minute later, at 2:25 p.m., the United States Secret Service was forced to evacuate the vice president to a secure location. This is where Pence was going to get removed from the picture, and Chuck Grassley was going to take over. At the Capitol, throughout the afternoon, members of the crowd chanted, "Hang Mike Pence. Where's Pence? Bring him out. Traitor Pence." Defendant repeatedly refused to approve a message directing rioters to leave the Capitol as urged by his most senior advisors, including White House counsel, a deputy White House counsel, a chief of staff, a deputy chief of staff, and a senior advisor. Instead, the defendant issued 2 tweets that did not ask rioters to leave the Capitol, but instead falsely suggested the crowd at the Capitol was being peaceful, including 2:38, "Please support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They are truly on the side of the country. Stay peaceful." As I read that, I remember the images of rioters beating cops with American flags on flagpoles. Support our Capitol Police. Clow, clow. I am asking for everyone at the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful. No violence. Remember, we are the party of law and order as he's actively committing crimes. Respect the law of our great men and women in blue. Thank you. At 3 p.m., the defendant had a phone call with Minority Leader of the United States House of Representatives. The defendant told the Minority Leader that the crowd at the Capitol was more upset about the elections than the Minority Leader was. Kevin fucking McCarthy. At 4:17 p.m., the defendant released a video message on Twitter that he had just taped in the White House Rose Garden. In it, the defendant repeated the knowingly false claims that we had an election that was stolen from us, and finally asked individuals to leave the Capitol while telling them they were very special and that we love you. After 4:17 p.m. tweet, the defendant joined others in the outer Oval Office to watch the attack on the Capitol on television. The defendant said, "See, this is what happens when they try to steal an election. These people are angry. These people are really angry about it. This is what happens." At 6:01, the defendant tweeted, "These are the things and events that happen when a sacred landslide election victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from the great patriots who have been badly and unfairly treated for so long. Go home with love and in peace. Remember this day forever." On the evening of January 6th, the defendant and co-conspirator 1 attempted to exploit the violence and chaos in the Capitol building by calling lawmakers to convince them based on knowingly false claims of election fraud. To delay the certification, including the defendant, through White House aides, attempting to reach 2 United States senators at 6 p.m. All right, carry on. From 6:59 p.m. until 7:18 p.m., co-conspirator 1 placed calls to 5 United States senators and 1 U.S. representative. Co-conspirator 6 attempted to confirm phone numbers for 6 U.S. senators whom the defendant had directed co-conspirator 1 to call and attempt to enlist further delaying of certification. In one of the calls, co-conspirator 1 left a voicemail intended for a United States senator that said, "We need you, our Republican friends, to try to just slow it down so we can get these legislatures to get more information to you. And I know they're reconvening at 8 tonight, but the only strategy we can follow is to object to numerous states and raise issues so that we get ourselves into tomorrow, ideally until the end of tomorrow." In another message intended for another U.S. Senator, co-conspirator 1 repeated knowingly false allegations of election fraud, including the vote counts certified by the U.S. Congress or by the states to Congress were incorrect, and the governors who had certified knew they were incorrect, that illegal immigrants had voted in substantial numbers in Arizona, and that Georgia gave you a number in which 65,000 people who are underage voted. Co-conspirator 1 also claimed that Vice President's actions had been surprising and asked the senator to object to every state and kind of spread this out like a little bit like a filibuster. At 7:01 p.m., while co-conspirator 1, by now also they knew that Pence had not left the grounds and that Chuck Grassley would not be taken over. By this point, they knew Pence was going to stay in charge of the proceedings. They were trying to go around him, drag it out, delay, object, filibuster it. At 7:01 p.m., while co-conspirator 1 was calling U.S. senators on behalf of the defendant, the White House counsel called the defendant to ask him to withdraw any objections and allow the certification. The defendant refused. The attack on the Capitol obstructed and delayed the certification for approximately 6 hours until the Senate and House of Representatives came back into session separately at 8:06 and 9:02 respectively and came together in joint session at 11:35 p.m. At 11:44 p.m., co-conspirator 2 emailed Vice President's counsel advocating that the Vice President violate the law and seek further delay of the certification. Co-conspirator 2 wrote, "I implore you to consider one more relatively minor violation of the ECA and adjourn for 10 days to allow the legislatures to finish their investigation, as well as to allow a full forensic audit of the massive amount of illegal activity that has occurred here." 3:41 a.m. on January 7th, as President of the Senate, the Vice President announced the certified results of the 2020 presidential election in favor of Biden. The defendant and his co-conspirators committed one or more of the acts to affect the object of the conspiracy alleged above in paragraphs 13, 15 through 16, 18 through 22, 24, 26, 28, 30 through 33, 35, 37 through 39, 41, 43 through 44, 46, 50, 52, 54, 56, 57 through 64, 67, 71 through 75, 78 through 82, 84, 85, 87 through 97, 99 through 100, 102 through 104, 111, 114, 116, 118 through 119, and 122 in violation of Title 18 United States Code Section 371. Jesus. And that's all count 1. Bloody fucking hell. Count 2. Conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding. The allegations contained in paragraphs 1 through 4 and 8 through 123 of this indictment are realleged and fully incorporated here by reference. From on or about November 14, 2020, through on or about January 7, 2021, in the District of Columbia and elsewhere, the defendant, Donald J. Trump, did knowingly combine, conspire, confederate, and agree with co-conspirators known and unknown to the grand jury to corruptly obstruct and impede an official proceeding, that is, the certification of the electoral vote in violation of Title 18 U.S. Code Section 1512C2, in violation of Title 18 U.S. Code Section 1512K. On to page 40, that is page 43, on to page 44, count 3. All of that was count 1 and 2. Jesus Christ. Count 3. The allegation contained in paragraphs 1 through 4 and 8 through 123 of this indictment are realleged and fully incorporated here by reference. from on or about November 14, 2020 through on or about January 7, 2021 in the District of Columbia and elsewhere, the defendant, Donald J. Trump, attempted to and did corruptly obstruct or impede official proceeding, that is, the certification of the electoral vote, in violation of Title 18 U.S. Code 1512C22. And finally, count 4, conspiracy against rights. 18 U.S. Code Section 241. The allegations contained in paragraphs 1 through 4 and 8 through 123 in this indictment are realleged and fully incorporated here by reference from on or about November 14, 2020 through on or about January 20, 2021 in the District of Columbia and elsewhere. The defendant, Donald J. Trump, did knowingly combine, conspire, confederate, and agree with co-conspirators known and unknown to the grand jury to injure, oppress, threaten, and intimidate one or more persons in the free exercise and enjoyment of a right and privilege secured to them by the Constitution and laws of the United States. That is, the right to vote and to have one's vote counted. In violation of Title 18 U.S. Code Section 241. And I said in the description, and I will say it again, I hope he rots in jail for a very long time. Count 1, conspiracy to defraud. Count 2, conspiracy to obstruct. Count 3, obstruction of an attempt to obstruct. And count 4, conspiracy against rights. And as it says right here, the defendant had a right, like every American, paragraph 3, the defendant had a right, like every American, to speak publicly about the election and even to claim falsely that there had been outcome determinative fraud during the election and that he had won. He was also entitled to formally challenge the results of the election through lawful and appropriate means, such as by seeking recounts or audits of the popular vote in states or filing lawsuits challenging ballots and procedures. Indeed, in many cases, the defendant did pursue these methods of contesting election results. His efforts to change the outcome in any state through recounts, audits, legal challenges were uniformly unsuccessful. There we go. Let me get my OBS page back up real quick. OBS. There we go. All right, we'll close that window. Boop. I will minimize the screen. I got a little bit of time for discussion. It's 1:14. Let's give it about 45 minutes. And then we will I'll call it a day. I'm going to switch to the chat screen here. Do I have chat open? No, I need to open up. Let me get that window open. Chat, window, open. There it is. Welcome to chat. I believe this fixes that window. There we go. Okay. All right, so where were we? Courageous lives of Canada. So I've been drinking crazy good bourbon. Good. Okay. Old Granddad 114 for 1999. Sorry, sentence. Yeah, I don't. Okay, so let's talk about the sentencing and punishing. What's going to happen? I kind of have to pee. All right, tell you what. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. All right, let's talk about sentencing, punishing. If this is going to trial, like we know this is going to trial. This is going to trial. The first one is going to trial. Um, the first, the first, the first charge is going to trial in I think December, and then March, or maybe they're both going to charge in March. New York and Florida, they're both going to trial in March, by March, unless it gets delayed. This might go to trial earlier, December. Let's say maybe March. Maybe they all go to trial in March. They all get wrapped up into a big super federal case. The Georgia jurisdiction, and they're all in different jurisdictions. So I don't know if they ever get wrapped up into a single thing. But Georgia's going to be handed down real soon, but that's in a state jurisdiction. So we got two state jurisdictions, two different federal jurisdictions. Nixon avoided any crime, any criminal activity, or any criminal indictment by getting pardoned. He had low-level guys that got accused and went to jail. Reagan avoided any implications with Iran-Contra. He avoided an indictment. He avoided impeachment. He had low-level guys that went to jail. Colonel, what's his name? Shit. You know who I'm talking about. The name will come back to me. I said it earlier. I can't remember what I said, or can't remember his name all of a sudden. Colonel Clark, not Clark. Colonel, fuck me. Who was it? Remind me. Colonel, Iran-Contra, Colonel. Anyway, he's a talk show host now. You know who I'm talking about. After his impeachment and successful avoidance of being removed from office, Bill Clinton took a plea deal to avoid prosecution after he left office for perjury. Gave up his law license and for there to be not a prosecution after he left office. So it was a plea deal. He made a plea deal. Spiro Agnew, plea deal. Avoided court, avoided jail, had a plea deal, got out of politics. George Herbert and George W. George Herbert avoided any kind of implication with Iran-Contra, pardoned everybody, or cited the memo that nobody was going to be prosecuted. George W. with the torture probes and all that shit, following Kandahar or Afghanistan and Tora Bora and all the prison shit, the invasion of Afghanistan, the invasion of Iraq, the torture shit. George Bush and all of the CIA people all avoided any kind of prosecution for any of that. To keep the peace, to get past it, to move along, and brush it under the rug. Never an indictment, never court proceedings, barely even, maybe some hearings in Congress, but it was all passed over. We've got 3 indictments, 70-something accounts, or 70-something counts. There's no plea deal to be made. Like the plea deal, Rudy's plea deal in Georgia was him saying, "Yeah, I lied about everything. Sorry." What kind of plea deal is he going to make? The justice, if he's saying they want me out of politics. This is all a witch hunt to get me out of politics. Is he going to? How can he legitimately take a plea deal where he gets out of politics? How could the Justice Department accept a plea deal where he gets out of politics without acknowledging that that's exactly what he was saying they were trying to do? I think if they got his ass nailed to the wall, I think they prosecute him. I don't see another outcome. I don't see how the Justice Department, I don't see how the administration can accept that from the Justice Department. I don't know. I honest to God, I don't know. I have no idea how. This is unprecedented. This is why this is his lasting legacy. This is why this is his single greatest, most enduring legacy from his administration. This is unprecedented. This is like nothing ever in the history of this country. The President of the United States attempted a coup, and he's going to stand trial for it. I think this is more likely a case that he is going to stand trial for than the secret documents case in Miami. Because the secret documents case, it's hard to have a public trial when you've got secret documents. Right? They can't disclose that information. They can't have a public disclosure of the evidence when the evidence is literally classified secret documents. So I could see that one going to a plea deal and disappearing. I could even see the fraud in New York disappearing. I don't know how this one disappears. I don't know. It doesn't make sense. Like there's no logical connection for how this disappears. Like justice can't say, yeah, okay, you don't we'll slap you on the wrist for obstruction. You stay out of politics and we'll make it go away. Because that's literally what he's saying. That's literally what all the talking heads, that's literally what the GOP is saying this is. When they go on all their stupid news outlet propaganda talk show shit. That's what Ted Cruz is saying in his fucking podcast. That's what they're saying on AM radio. That this is a witch hunt, attacking on his First Amendment. This is politicizing the Justice Department. This is weaponizing law enforcement. Which is ironic because law enforcement is militarized and weaponized for 40 years. But this is Joe Biden prosecuting and trying to throw his political opponents in jail. And just to be 100% clear, he's not his political opponent at this point. He's the political opponent of the other Republican candidates. He's not Joe Biden's political opponent. But that's neither here nor there. Yeah, I don't know. I really, honest to God, do not know how this shakes out. I don't know if he's going to be prosecuted. I don't know if he's going to take a plea deal and avoid prosecution. I don't know if he's going to take some kind of deal and avoid jail. I honest to God don't know. I mean, maybe take a plea deal and go live in this fucking resort in Scotland. Like he's like banished from the country. Is that something that they can do? I don't know. I have no idea how this shakes out. But reading through that fucking indictment pisses me off. The extent of what they did and the stuff that they left out of the indictment. Ugh. I understand why they left stuff out because, they don't indict with stuff you can't prove, but goddamn. And they don't want to implicate the senators who aren't being charged, like Ted Cruz and Ron Johnson and Chuck Grassley. Anyway. Okay, co-conspirators listed. Sidney Powell, Rudy Giuliani. Okay, so I got the 1 and 2 backwards. John Eastman, that was the counsel, John Eastman. Jeff Clark, that was the assistant deputy attorney general who was trying to upjump himself into. And then Kenneth Cheesebro. I don't know who that is. Another source has Rudy John Eastman. Okay. Then Sidney Powell. Okay, so 1, 2, and 3 is Rudy, John Eastman, and Sidney Powell, but not necessarily in that order. 4 was definitely Jeffrey Clark, and 5 was definitely Ken Cheesebro. And 6 is unclear. Yeah, I get that. Okay. Okay, I got you. The second list is more consistent. Yeah. That's what I was thinking with Rudy being 1, because that seems to fit what we know about Rudy's activities, and that what's her face was disavowed at some point. 6 is unclear, right? Come on, there we go. The next election will be a vote for the VP. Just need this guy, and that's entirely possible. That is entirely possible. That, but to be completely honest and completely fair, when you vote for the president, you're not voting for the guy. You're voting for a Secretary of State. You're voting for a Secretary of Transportation. You're voting for the Vice President. You're voting for the Attorney General. You're voting for all the people that this guy puts into office that are going to carry out the duties of those offices, that are going to carry out the policies and carry out the role, the functions of government, right? And I was talking to my sister-in-law a few weeks back. Like, there is no there's no scenario where the roster of people in Trump's camp are going to be better suited for office than the roster of people in Biden's camp. Like, everyone up and down the list on Biden's administrative roles, from Secretary of the Interior all the way up to and including Kamala Harris and Vice President, are better than every single one of the people that Trump had in those same offices for his 4 years in office. They were better at addressing circumstances, better at addressing issues, better at addressing crises, better at addressing literally everything. Because he's a fucking idiot. He doesn't know anybody in politics. And he was just simply appointing people that other people told him were good to have in those roles. Or, I mean, Jesus Christ, he had the dude from the former CEO of Hardee's. His Secretary of Treasury was a movie producer. His Secretary of Commerce was Navarro from Fox News. I mean, Jesus Christ. And Navarro helped coordinate a fucking coup. I mean, you're not electing just the guy. You're electing the whole bureaucracy that comes with the guy. And for 4 years, the former president demonstrated that he was not serious about governing, that he was not serious about having people in office who were serious about governing. He appointed to offices again and again and again arsonists to watch after the wood piles. This guy was not good at his job. He was not good at his job, and he hired people who were not good at their jobs. As evidenced by the fact that in the last days of his presidency, he had interim. Everybody had resigned. They were all gone. He had nobody to replace him with. Partly because he was committing all the crimes, but also because he was shockingly stupid and incompetent. But yeah, you may not be wrong. Vice President Harris versus Vice President whoever the fuck. Yeah, I'll take Harris every fucking day of the week. I don't know anything about her. She's a vice president, so like, not like she does anything. But yeah, she's very likely to be president by the time the next 4-year term ends. But who cares? I mean, it's not like the president. It's not like she's going to come into office and then fire every single one of the secretaries in the cabinet and replace the cabinet with a whole new group of people. The people who are put in office, who are put into positions, in the bureaucracy, put into positions of power, they're going to continue doing what they do. The whole administration is going to run its course until the end of 2024 or 2028, whatever. It's going to run its course until the end of 2028, and we'll have another election. We'll vote for another president. Maybe it'll be her. I don't know. We'll see. I kind of think Gavin Newsom is waiting, just chomping at the bit, ready to go. He is ready to be president. Maybe that's the year Ted Cruz thinks he has another chance. We'll see. Well, wouldn't that be a fucking awesome presidential election? Ted Cruz versus Gavin Newsom. Oh, that'd be so fucking awesome. He'd wipe the floor with Ted Cruz. I mean, I wish some officers were in. I mean, I know that some of the officers who were in the BLM stuff had actual poo thrown at them. Yeah. One of my friends had been after rioters charged them. Yeah. I mean, some of that BLM stuff was violent. I know here in Houston, when they had the demonstrations downtown, the crowds were they were peaceful, they were rowdy, they were loud, and they were animated, but they weren't violent. And the police kettled them up, and there wasn't any violence until the police came out and started trying to herd them into and their kettling maneuvers is what they were. After this, I wish they'd not done this before the election. I wish they'd not done this fucking at all. Before this election, you mean? Well, I mean, they didn't have a choice. They had to do it at some point. I mean, there's always an election coming up. There's an election every 2 years. There's an election coming up. It's just like when the debate about, gun crime and gun laws and gun regulation. You're like, we can't do it it's too soon after a mass shooting to talk about rape. Well, there's a fucking mass shooting every day. When are we going to talk about it? Like, there's an election every 2 years. When is it too close to an election? A year before, a year after? I mean, there's always an election coming up. And I wish they'd not done that. I wish they'd not committed the crimes. I wish they'd not committed all the crimes so that there wouldn't have to be all of this shit. I mean, that would be better, right? If they just, I mean, we can talk about the Justice Department filing the charges and doing the indictments and having the grand jury pass down the indictments. We can talk about the Justice Department, but it's not the Justice Department that's driving this. The Justice Department didn't wake up one day and say, "Hey, let's indict some people for some shit." The Justice Department said, there was a thing that happened, and the Justice Department said, "What about that thing? What do we need to do about that thing? Is that a thing that we need to investigate?" And they investigated the thing that happened. The thing that happened was what moved the Justice Department into action. The Justice Department didn't just wake up one day and go, what are we going to do about this election thing? Let's make up some indictments. I mean, nothing in that in the indictment document is something that is fictitious. Everything in that in the indictment is something that happened. The Justice Department didn't make this up. And the election is a year and a half away. Well, it was a year and a half away. Now it's like a year and a quarter away, a year and 3 months. It's August, September, October, November. A year and 4 months, a year and 1/3 away. It is forever. It is 6 months away from primaries. And I legitimately wonder, like, if he'd have kept his fucking mouth shut and just decided not to run for office again, would this be happening? Probably not. Maybe not. I don't know. I like to think that it would be, because I like to think that justice would apply, that the Department of Justice would still hold him accountable, because they've arrested and put in jail hundreds of people who stormed the Capitol who are not running for office. Hundreds of them. So, and I don't think I agree with you on your next point there. I think that it will absolutely hinder his ability to run for president. I absolutely think it will hinder his ability, because I still think, I have faith in that there's enough of the Republican Party that is not fucking insane that that he will not win the nomination. That there's enough in the Republican Party, enough in the leadership in the Republican Party. There's enough people in the Republican Party who are not completely fucking insane, not completely fucking delusional, that he will not win. And if he does, fine. If he does, there's enough people in the rest of the country that will be motivated to make sure he does not get to power, or that he goes into fucking jail. It's going to be really hard to run for president from jail, because I don't think he makes it. I don't think that he makes it. And I postulated, during his presidency, like, how can they let this motherfucker walk and talk among people after he leaves the office of presidency? I mean, he had classified documents in his bathroom in Mar-a-Lago. How does the CIA, NSA, FBI, how do they let this guy walk and talk among other human beings, knowing full fucking well that he's just going to sit there and go, oh yeah, we've got tanks that can go 48 miles an hour and shoot things. Like, you're letting out secrets, you motherfucker. Shut up. This is how you get fed a toxic cupcake and turn into a dead person. You keep blabbering your mouth. How do they let people? How are they going to let him walk and talk? I don't know. I'd really like to see Georgia get off their ass and fucking start prosecuting the shit that he did down in Georgia. Absolutely love to see it happen. They are dragging their feet though. So come on. I would absolutely love to see Georgia, but the wheels of justice move at the speed that they move, and I thought this and that was going to happen a year ago, to be honest. But we'll see. We will see. His legacy is really going to come down to if Trump gets punished over any of this or not. I agree. It's going to come down to whether or not there's actual justice served. Because that's exactly what he's proving. That's exactly what he's demonstrating. You're 100% on point. He is demonstrating that you can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want, kick it to the courts, and see what happens. Congress has the power to impeach, but if they don't act on that power, they don't actually have that power. The Congress has the power of oversight, but if they don't act on that power, they don't actually have that power. Nolan Ryan could throw a fastball hard enough to blow a 6-inch hole in you, front and back, throw it right through your body. But he did not do that. When he would play catch with his kids, he wasn't throwing 100-mile-an-hour fastballs to his kids. When he would play catch with his kids, he would restrain himself. He had the power, but he didn't use it. Congress had the power. Do they use it? I don't know. And if they don't use it, do they actually have it? I don't know. If they don't have the will to use their power, do they have that power? I don't know. And if you can just do whatever the fuck you want and it gets kicked to the courts and the courts deliberate on it for 6 months, like his fucking emolument shit. The bribes that he was taking through his hotels, when companies would rent out 6 or 7 or 8 suites, rent out two or three floors in his hotel, and not have anybody actually go and stay in those rooms, that was a fucking bribe. When the Saudi government would send delegations over to the hotel and they'd stay in the hotel for 6 weeks and then leave, that's a fucking bribe. When people would buy huge amounts of product from this dude, and then turn and walk away from it, buy 100,000 books, and then leave them. When Don Jr. fucking sells his book and he gets 500,000 sales on the first day because all the books got bought by a pack, those are all fucking bribes. That is corruption on display. Full on march of corruption. And that's his legacy. Right now, that's his legacy. That you can do whatever the fuck you want. Kick it to the courts. And let the courts talk it out. Let the courts hash it out. Let the courts decide. You can't do that. Oh, that's not your decision to make, Congress. Unless Congress passes a law that says you can't do that. Is Congress going to pass a law that says you can't do that? Well, maybe the House will, but you got to get 60 votes in the Senate to do any fucking thing. So can you pass a law? No. Goes to the courts. Goes to the courts. Let the courts deal with it. That's his legacy. His legacy is doing things intentionally to challenge the way things are done and let the courts decide, or let Congress stand up and make a decision. Oh, Congress can't make a decision. Fine, let the courts decide. Sends it to the courts. Courts dither over it for 9 months, 10 months, 14 months, and nothing happens. That's the legacy. If you intentionally try to break American government, you can do it. American government is based on an agreement American governance is based on an agreement that we adhere to certain norms. That we adhere to certain norms, that we adhere to certain behaviors, that we do certain things a certain way. And that's how it is in normal society. You know, you walk on the right side of the corridors. You walk on the right side of the little treadmill things at the airport. You go to the right on the escalator. You go to the right and you stand there so the people walking past you can pass on the left. That's a common courtesy. There's no law that says we walk on the right side of the hallways. There's no law that says that, but when you walk in a hallway, you walk on the right side of the hallway. If there's two-way traffic, you do it. That's how we do things. We just do it. It's a social compact. A social compact that we don't pee on each other in public, that we wear pants and underwear. It's a social compact. There's no law saying there might be laws that saying you can't pee on each other. But, you don't throw garbage in other people's yards. You don't, mow other people's yards. You don't mow. There's social compacts that we just agree to. But if you intentionally try to break those rules, you intentionally try to break that social compact, as Donald Trump demonstrated for 4 years, you can do it. What's going to happen? What are they going to do about it? Oh, you can't do that. Well, make me. Andrew Jackson said the same thing. Make me. The Supreme Court said you have to send troops to protect the Indians on the Trail of Tears. And he said, okay, they can dispatch the troops. Make them do it. Nobody can make him do it. He fucking ignored the courts. Fucking did it. That's Trump's legacy. Do whatever the fuck you want. See what happens. Hey, Jen. Easy Street with Jen's in the house. Hi, Jen. Welcome to the party. You missed the reading. I don't know if you came in during the reading or not, but you missed the reading of the indictment of Donald Trump's legacy of actually being held accountable for his actions, which is pretty fucking awesome. No, I'm voting for the guy. As much as I'd like to think about the rest of those people, I need someone competent. Trump's shown ability to expand the power of government. Trump is a fucking criminal idiot. And, whatever. You vote for whoever the fuck you want. I don't care. But I'm not voting for him. I'm not voting for him, and I'm actively working against him getting back in power. I hope he goes to fucking jail. I hope he goes all the way to jail. I hope he's in jail for a long time. I hope he dies in jail. Yeah, she was Attorney General in California. She wasn't a top cop. She was Attorney General. She was the top lawyer in California. But, yeah, she did what she had to do as Attorney General in California. I'm not really proud of what she did there, but whatevs. As attorney, name one candidate that would be better at president than Kamala Harris on the Republican side. There's not. Even Ron DeSantis is a fucking buffoon. He's there's none of them. Absolutely none of them. And you're not voting for the president. You're voting for the policy. You're voting for the policy, and you either like the policy or you don't. And I don't like their policies. Not at this point. And 20 years ago, you could have convinced me. In fact, 20 years ago, I probably, what was it? 20 years ago, 2003. Did I vote for George W? I think here in Texas, I voted third party, both of those, but only because I could. My vote didn't matter in Texas. Bush was winning the state. He was carrying the state. So that was my protest vote. Anyway, there's a point of people don't always make it 4 years. I think the median is closer to 2 years. Yeah, you're right. The median is closer to 2 years. Down in the lower end, they tend to stay for the whole time because their presence is less critical and less. Their job is less intense. But up at the upper end, Attorney General, Secretary of State, those guys, they tend to last two or 3 years. They don't make it all the way through. But still, you're voting for the people that are appointed to those jobs. That's who you're voting for. You're voting for the idea that competent people will be put into those jobs and not just a bunch of fucking cronies. Like the CEO of Hardee's or the Secretary of Housing being the former brain surgeon who is a full-on fucking moron. You're voting for the competency of the people being put into those jobs and to carry out the policy of the administration, but also to carry out the functions of the office. I mean that's literally who you're voting for, because the president of the United States doesn't handle mineral rights and reservations. The president of the United States doesn't actively seek out uh, uh, land for national monuments and national parks and national wilderness preserves. That's not what the president doesn't fucking do that. The president's dealing with all kinds of other shit. That's the Secretary of Interior. And the Secretary of Interior says, this is what we're going to do. And gives a folder to the president. The president says, okay, and signs off on it. And you're done. That's it. Doesn't fucking know. And then he goes off and has a speech. We've added 250,000 acres of land to our national parks portfolio, blah, blah, blah. He doesn't fucking know where that is. He doesn't ever do that. Anyway. The appointed people don't always make it. The news for the Cincinnati riots were that they were peaceful and still had a friend crapped on. Well, a lot of shit happens in a crowd. Ogre Smash is in the party. Cheers, Ogre. We have a state election on off years, so we get one every year. Yeah, there's a fucking election every year. Here in Texas, we do the same thing. They do state elections in off years in order to suppress the vote, so not as many people come out. It's a shit show. Anyway, George Floyd protest had a white. Whoops, what happened? I lost. Where was it? There it is. State election off years. I'm guessing that was more had a white supremacist instigate the riot. That happened a lot in a lot of places. Jen, you're right. The George Floyd protest had a white supremacist instigate the riot there. That I've heard several stories that happened, and there's video evidence, and there's a lot of that did happen. There were Proud Boys and white supremacist groups that would instigate the riot. There were a lot of the violence in those that were instigated by people, whether they be police or outsiders coming into the riots to instigate that. But a lot of it is apocryphal type of stuff. It wasn't investigated, and there's no definitive evidence. There's a handful of those folks who did get caught and arrested and charged, but yeah, that's a lot of that is apocryphal and anecdotal. But it does seem that happened on occasion. I don't know how widespread it was. I don't know. There are specific instances, but anyway. Don't really care about who the protests keep turning to riots. We need a better. We do need to be better as people. I agree with you, Dustin. We do. But as Rage Against the Machine says, the riot is the rhyme of the unheard. If you take away our vote, if you take away our voice, and you take away our ability to have a voice and be represented, then we don't have really any other choice. As a people, we don't have any other choice. And yeah, I mean that you know, I don't generally like the idea of protests turning into riots, but you know, economic I mean economic boycotts are a thing. They're a form of economic violence where you back off, you don't buy product from companies, and rioting against businesses, disrupting business centers and disrupting commerce is a form of that. Uh, I'm not one to say that violence is never the answer because sometimes violence is absolutely the answer. But I am one to say that a lot of times there's a better way. If you're going to have a peaceful protest and you're going to have a nonviolent movement, you need to have somebody willing to commit violence on your behalf. Even the nonviolent movement that Gandhi promoted in India had people willing to commit violence on his behalf. The nonviolent racial protest here in the United States that MLK supported had, they committed violence against the protesters, and there were protesters willing to commit violence back, but not MLK's protesters. Not the ones, there were nonviolent protesters, but there were absolutely people willing to commit violence and who did commit violence in response to the violence committed on the nonviolent protesters. Uh, you know, being nonviolent and just waiting for the people being violent against you to get tired and quit punching you is not a way to win. Not a way to win uh, social arguments and social hearts and minds. That's just a way to get beat up and bleed a lot. And that is, like I said, I'm not one to say that violence is never the answer, but I'm also not one to say that violence is always the answer. Sometimes and sometimes. Uh, I mean, just imagine the the forces landing on Omaha Beach in Normandy. They're walking in with bouquets of flowers because nonviolence is the answer. Nope, can't wait till they run out of bullets. Sometimes you gotta answer violence with violence. Um, hmm. I think Trump is an official. I think he's announced his candidacy. I think he is an official candidate for president. Um, all right, let's keep going. I don't rule out though that he can win from jail. I don't think he can. I don't and the party doesn't have to run him if he's in jail. The party doesn't have to run him as a candidate. The party can remove him as a candidate. Uh, local craft bourbon against a bottle from Old Humble. Oh no, I think. Well, let me think about this. Am I willing to bet? Do I think Trump will win the candidacy for the Republican nomination? I ultimately, if his indictments go to trial, he will. I don't. Let me think here. Will Trump be the candidate? I don't think he will be the candidate for president. I'll take that bet. I will take that bet, Dustin. I do not think I will bet you a bottle of my Boomtown bourbon versus a bottle of some Kentucky craft bourbon. I don't want Kentucky generic bourbon. That's not a fair trade. I want a Kentucky craft bourbon. A Texas craft bourbon against a Kentucky craft bourbon. That Trump will not be the candidate for president for the Republican Party in 2024. I'll take that bet. You heard it here first, people. And by the way, if you want a bottle, those are the states that we're available in. Right there. If one of your states is one of those states, we're available in there. Anyway, I'll take that bet. I do not think Trump wins the Republican nomination. I do not think he will be the candidate. I do not think it will be a Biden Trump rematch. I think it will be Biden Pence or possibly DeSantis or Biden Christie. Chris Christie would be a hell of a fight for Joe Biden because Chris Christie just does not give a fuck. He will sit there. He will just throw fucking bombs and say, "Yeah, you're old." He does not give a fuck. because I don't think he thinks he's going to win. So he'd just be like, yeah, whatever. Fuck it. I do not think Trump wins the presidential nomination. I do not think so. I'll take that bet, Dustin. Local craft bourbon against my craft bourbon. Trump will not be the nominee. You heard it here first. Book it. The hilarious thing to me is that Republicans have backed Trump, so everyone has been giving money to his campaign. And yeah, that's the other thing. He's literally running his party the way he runs his business, and he's bankrupting them. He's full on bankrupting his fucking party, and I love it. I'm absolutely here for it. I won't bet anything. I think it definitely has a strong chance. He has a strong chance of winning the nomination, but I don't think he'll be the nominee. The House does have the power to impeach, and they did twice, but the Senate didn't remove him. They passed on their power to remove. They abdicated their power. They could have. They should have. They didn't. On we go. Our girl Fanny, I don't know, how do you pronounce it? Is it Fanny or Fanny? I've heard it pronounced both ways on the news. Is still having witnesses testify. She subpoenaed the reporter who found a fake elector. Last week she's getting close. The barricades are up. Yeah, I mean, I expect it to be like probably Friday. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe next week. I don't know. They've been saying for weeks that it's imminent. It's happening any day now. Any day now. Corruption of those in power. I agree. Return shopping carts is the perfect litmus test for whether or not you're a good person. Yeah, I've seen that too. The returning shopping carts is why libertarian policies don't work. Wait, we wear underwear? All right. Good night, Dustin. It was a pleasure. Cheers. Not everyone at Walmart, they walk on the left. Not people. Oh, yeah, I know. When you walk the store aisles, they don't count because you go on either sides in Walmart. Walmart doesn't count. And I might add, parking lots. There are usually conventions and parking lots. But these fucking people with the fucking. That's another video I'm going to do. All of the fucking parking spots are like this, and these motherfuckers are driving this way. Like, how do you not understand how parking lots work? Attorney General is not a cop. The Attorney General is a lawyer. But I guess technically, the Jesus Christ. I guess technically, the FBI is a Justice Department agency. So the FBI does answer to the Attorney General. So, but I always thought the head of the FBI was the top cop. The Attorney General is the head lawyer for the country. You know, he's the Attorney General. He's an attorney. He's not a cop. He's not the sergeant, commissioner or whatever, the commissioner of the FBI, whatever the fucking FBI head is. I mean, I get it. They call him the top cop, but he's not really a cop. He's not in charge of law enforcement. He's a attorney general. He's the chief attorney, not cop. Cops are not attorneys. And yeah, it's a colloquial term. I get it, but it's not the same. It's whatever. I think we're talking past each other. We agree. I just disagree with the terminology. Anyway, I got you. You vote for the guy, the guy, not the administration. I get you. I mean, I don't like. I legitimately don't care who people vote for. I do care when they're like, "Oh, I believe the election was stolen." Yeah, you have bad judgment. I think you're a bad person. Or you might be a bad person. I don't necessarily think you're a bad person. You might be a bad person. I legitimately do not care who you're voting for. I do not care who you're going to vote for. I do care if you're over here spouting bullshit. I will push back against bullshit. But if you're like, I like his judges. I like the judges that he appoints. I don't like the stuff that he does, but I'm down with the policies. Like, okay, whatever. We disagree. I mean, and that's how it used to be in the world. That's how it used to be. We could fucking disagree. But then there was this whole strain of people who was like, no, they're pedophiles and they're fucking all the babies and eating their adrenal glands and just doing weird shit, and we can't have that. We gotta arrest them all and send them to jail. Like, you are a crazy person. You are a fucking crazy person. And we can't have a conversation because you do not participate in reality with everybody else. You look at the world and you lie about what it is you see, or you look at the world and you see the world and somebody's lying to you about what you see, and instead of believing what it is you see, you believe the lies that other people tell you. And I can't have conversations with those people because those are the people who are like, I have magic energy that comes out of my fingernails. Like, no, you don't. I can't talk to you about things. Like, I don't do things because I'm a Libra, and Libras don't do. Like, you have your entire worldview based on make believe and magic. It doesn't make sense. I can't talk to people who do that, who are like, yeah, I'm a magician, but not like a magician. I'm like a real magician. I control powers through my stick, and I can make, whoop, boop, I can turn things into cats if I want to. Okay, well, turn that thing into a cat. Well, I don't want to. Well, I want you to turn something into a cat to show me your power. But I don't want to. I can only do it when I want to do it. Have you ever been able to do it? No, because I've never wanted to do it. Because things are things, and they're things that are what they are. That lamp is fulfilling its purpose as a lamp, and I don't want to change it into a cat. Because if I change the lamp into a cat, then it is no longer a lamp, and that lamp would be sad. Like, it's an inanimate object. It can't be sad. But then it would not be an animate cat. It would be an inanimate cat. And I couldn't do that to a cat. Okay, so you're just full of shit. You're just full of shit is what you are. And I can't have a conversation with you. That's when I take my drink and I go to another table and I sit down and I talk to other people who are not full of shit. Or at the very least, who are less full of shit. I just can't do that. I'm too old for that shit. Anyway. Yeah, but even I had to bend at the knee on that one. There have been many. I mean, I haven't had many presidential elections in my lifetime. And here in Texas, we've been brainwashed since the 90s that only Republicans. But the Republicans in Texas have gotten bad. We used to have good ones. We used to have good Democrats come out of Texas. I mean, Lyndon Johnson, Kay Bailey was a good Republican, I guess. But we had Lloyd Benson was a fucking vice presidential candidate. Not a good one, but he was better than Dan Quayle. Those were the days. John Kasich would have been marginally better. Maybe. He's not running. Wasn't John Kasich a Republican? I would have gotten behind his candidacy for president. I liked him. I liked him a lot when he was and I think he ran for a month or so in 2016. I would have liked to have seen him. I would have liked to see anybody except Ted Cruz over Donald Trump, but que sera. Yeah, I know a lot of Trump voters. There's a lot of Trump and Bernie Sanders voters, and they're not. The voters don't overlap, but the grievances overlap. And Bernie Sanders is out there telling people we're being fucked by the corporations. Your wages aren't rising. Your standard of living isn't rising. You're being worked longer hours. You're being taken advantage of. And it's the corporations that are fucking you. And Donald Trump came out there and said, your wages aren't rising. Your standard of living isn't rising. There's things that are working against you. There's structural things that are working against you. And it's immigrants and corruption in the Democrats. and taxes. And Bernie Sanders was like, all of these corporations are fucking you, and we have a government that's too small, and because the government is too small, the corporations are fucking you. You're spending $8,000 a year on health care when you should be spending $800 a year on health care. And that's because we do not have Medicare for all, but instead you're paying a private company to do it. And instead of paying 5% in taxes, you're paying a quarter of your salary. Instead of paying 1% of your taxes to make sure that everybody has daycare available to them everywhere, you're paying $1,000 a week for daycare for your kids. You're having to go to work to pay for daycare for your children so that you can go to work. But all of your salary at work goes to pay for daycare when you should be able to go to work. That's not freedom. But then Donald Trump comes in and says the same damn thing, except he blames it on immigrants and corruption. And everybody's like, yeah, it's definitely immigrants and poor people and corruption. That's who's fucking me. Anyway, they feel that they're unheard. They do, absolutely. And there's a lot of overlap between those people that feel that they're unheard. Their lives are difficult and they don't understand why. Things aren't working and they don't understand why. They feel like they should be more prosperous and they don't understand why. And then when people stand up and say, this is why, they're reminded of what Ronald Reagan, or half of what Ronald Reagan said 40 fucking years ago, when Ronald Reagan said, in this present circumstance, the government is not the solution to the problem, government is the problem. And in this present circumstance, it was high unemployment and high inflation. It was a monetary policy that was just flooding the market with money and causing inflation to happen, and structural problems that was causing inflation to happen and unemployment to stay high. And in this present circumstance. But what we hear today isn't in this present circumstance. What we hear today is government is the problem, not the solution. And there's a distinct section of our population that remembers only that part. They got gray hair, beer bellies, and they're boomers. And they fucking remember that. And they blame the government for their fucking woes. When it's not the government that has their woes, it's the fucking corporations that haven't raised salaries beyond inflation in 75 years. That's caused our salaries to flatline. That's caused our standard of living to flatline. That drove inflation for the first 2 years of the Biden presidency because they were taking profits and raising prices and driving inflation. But no. There's a certain segment of the population that would rather hear government's the problem, not the solution. When the fact is, it's not government that's the problem. It's a lax tax policy that allows people to consolidate wealth and raise prices and raise profits and not have any tax consequences, but not raise salaries to pay for those taxes and pay for those prices and pay for that profit margin. Because there's no tax consequence to earning an extra $1 billion, or $2 billion, $3 billion, or $4 billion. There's no tax consequence. But God forbid you turn that money back around to salaries that can actually afford to pay that shit. But it's government that's the problem. Not Kodak. Not Ford. Not GM. Not Chrysler. Not Amazon. Government. Government's the one that's keeping you down. It's not government that's fucking you. Government isn't the one that offers you a job and then rescinds the job offer. Government's not the one that is holding back your salaries. Government's not the one that's working you 60, 70, 80 hours a week at the same pay. Government's not the one that says, we're understaffed, so we need you to forego your vacation. It's not government. But that's enough of a rant. I'll back off on that for a little while longer. Violence does not always beget violence. Sometimes violence begets peace. Sometimes it does. Sometimes you have to meet violence with violence so that they can stop the violence. Sometimes a force has to meet a force in order to stop it. You cannot hope for your oppressor to finally just want to quit. Never in the history of power has it been voluntarily given up. It has had to been taken. And when rights have been granted, they've never been granted in a way that makes parties equal. They've been granted in a way that makes the oppressed party satisfied. Anyway, when you attack me in your righteous anger, I'm going to defend myself with violence. This is the law of nature. Yeah, that's true. I get that. I can get behind that statement, I think. I can only recall a few idiots burning down a Wendy's here in Atlanta for obvious reasons. Well, yeah, I mean, they're burning down a Wendy's. I mean, who wouldn't burn down a Wendy's if you had the opportunity? The party's afraid of his followers. Yeah. Even if he wins from jail, he won't win. You can't run for president from jail. The party would remove him, then put in a candidate who can actually run for president. And I think they are afraid of his followers. If they weren't afraid of his followers, they would have prevented him from running in 2016. But I don't think it's so much that they're afraid of his followers as they understand that his followers are their base. The racist, fascist, neo-Nazi, white supremacist fringe is their core. It's as much as of their core as anything else. The bet is on. Yes. Craft bourbon from Kentucky versus my Boomtown bourbon. Absolutely. Trump will not be the nominee for president for the Republican Party. That's what I say. I lost. Shit, where'd it go? Tater Dom's in the house. I see Tater Dom. Where was I? God damn it. Running again. Okay, here we are. Pence is a joke. That's where we were. Blue states are the available states. Blue states are available. I also have a map with red states. They're all the same. Any of the blue states, we're in 34 states across the country. If you see your state in blue, we're available. So it looks like Alaska and Hawaii is a no. Oregon, Utah, both of the Dakotas. That looks like Nebraska. No, Kansas. Mississippi, Georgia, Tennessee, Michigan, Ohio, West Virginia, Vermont, Connecticut, and Rhode Island, I believe. But nobody lives there. Wait. Vanessa Kitty lives in Connecticut. That's fine. Pence is a joke. He is a joke, but he is also a consummate politician, and he might be the Republican Party's only chance to actually win. Well, I mean, they're not going to win, but he might be their only chance for respectability. Yeah. Well, I mean, my distributor can ship it to Kentucky because my distributor has rights to ship into Kentucky. So, blue is available. Yeah. This will just be bankruptcy. That's what I do. Pete and Bass are fucking amazing. I love their music. Oh, I sit there. They are on my regular playlist. Yeah, I fucking love the The Northern Boys. Yeah, I fucking love those guys. They're awesome. Yeah, something you didn't know about me. Neener, neener, neener. Those old guys are fucking awesome. Totally random. We gotta want to see his face. State AGs are always referred. I know they're referred to as top cops, but they're not actually cops. You know, they're lawyers. That's what they do. They're top lawyers. Cheers, Dom. Welcome to the party. Um, pop culture. I haven't seen TV and all. Bimbo probably. I don't know if Bimbo knows of Pete and Bass. And Kev, also. Look up Easy Street. Go check out the Northern Boys. That's who you want to see. They're awesome. Um, and Kasich was better than Kamala Harris 10 years ago. 8 years ago in 2016. He's not better than Harris now. And yeah, Kasich, he was the governor of Ohio. I think he was governor of Ohio at the same time that Pence was governor of Indiana. And he was super moderate. He was super decent. He was he seemed like a good candidate, and he was not going to even come close. He was a reasonable, sensible sanity candidate in 2016, and they wanted nothing to do with him. They wanted absolutely nothing to do with him. I keep talking to more and more moderates and Democrats. Got this. I have to get into this gender stuff. It's killing a lot. If you're talking to moderates and Democrats you give a shit about gender stuff, they're neither moderates nor Democrats. Most people don't give a shit about the gender stuff. Nobody don't care. No, nobody cares. I mean, it's a silly fringe little thing. That's not that big of a deal. Nobody cares. The kids care. Grown-ups don't. And by kids, I mean people in their 20s. Grown-ups, they don't give a shit. Should help us, Bernie Sanders. You're only one of the classism is a real problem. Absolutely. I mean, get me on another fucking rant. It's not. You know when they say that the rich people are convincing the poor people that it's the minority's fault. That's not untrue. And you know when you look at the governing class, the investment class, that the people that run the fucking country. There's been plenty of statistics that show that when the majority of the people want something to get done, there's a 30% chance that it gets done. But when a majority of the top 10% of the people want to get something done, it happens 60% of the time. That's a problem. That's a big problem. And I'm not going to rant about it. I'm just going to state that as the fact that it is, that when 60% of the population wants something done, it happens 30% of the time. When 60% of the top 10% want something done, it happens 80% or 60% of the time or something like that. We used to have a thriving middle class until the early 80s when taxes were cut on the upper class and the middle class started to shrink. We used to have a thriving union focus in this country, but now we have right to work states all across the country. The unions have been savaged. Unions built the middle class. But union is a bad word these days. We used to have civic associations when we had spare time. Neighborhood associations that had civic buy-in. People would hang out with each other and talk and have barbecues and bowling leagues because we had spare time. But now in our spare time, we're making extra money because we can barely make ends meet because our wages have flatlined for the past 30 years. That's not because of government holding us down. That's because of low taxes in the upper classes that are hoarding money in the upper classes and hoarding wealth in the upper classes of our population so that 60% of the growth in wages go to the top 10% of the people in this country. The top 10% of the people own 80% of the assets in this country because we're working 60 hours a week just to make ends meet because the cost of housing cost us 3/4 of our monthly wages. It's not government that's holding us back. It's the lack of government. It's the lack of regulation. It's the lack of guardrails protecting individual liberties. If you owe all of your time in order to make money, in order to eat, you're not free. You don't have liberties. Hungry people are not free. Hungry people are not free. Hungry people are not free. So anyway, healthcare, housing, and education. Healthcare, housing, and education should always be public goods. You privatize education, you privatize healthcare, you privatize housing, you're fucked. Privatize prisons. If you can, everyone, Dustin, read that sentence that you wrote out loud. Everyone has unlimited access to free education if you can pay for internet. If you have to pay for internet, it's not free education. It's like saying everybody has access to free education if they can pay for tuition. I mean, but no, education on the internet is not the same as a formal education. It's not the same. It is not the same. It is absolutely 100% not the same. Because on the internet, you can be equally educated that the earth is flat and the earth is round, and that is not, those are not equal. On the internet, you can be educated that climate change is happening and climate change is not happening, and those are not both true. On the internet, you can be taught that it's raining and not raining at the same time when that is absolutely impossible because you can walk out there in your front lawn and see if it's raining or not raining. And education doesn't tell you that both viewpoints are equally valid. Education says you should go out there and check and see for yourself. Test the hypothesis. See what your eyes tell you and believe the explanation of why. Because you've been educated properly and you can discern bullshit from not bullshit. Any hoodles. How far? Shit, it's 2:30, man. I gotta go to bed. I gotta get up in the morning. Okay, 20 more minutes. 20 minutes, 2:45. We wrap this up, and I close out by 3. It's not the. It is not the government's job to make the company. It's the government's job to incentivize companies to pay their employees or to tax the company so that they can pay for services to provide to their employees that the companies aren't providing. It's not the government's job to subsidize Walmart paying a lack of wage. Because if Walmart's not going to pay your employees, then Walmart needs to be taxed so that the government can provide services to those employees. If you're not going to pay them a living wage, their wage needs to be made up somewhere else. And it has to be made up through taxes. I mean, these people got to live. They got to eat. They got to live. They got to have housing. If you're not going to pay them, they need subsidies for that shit. And where's the subsidies come from? Tax money. It's not the government's job to make companies pay more. But it is also not the government's job to incentivize companies to hoard money and pay dividends and, bonuses to executives. It's not the government's job to do that either. And by reducing top tax rates and incentivizing dividend payouts and building a tax structure that benefits the wealthy 1%, that's absolutely what the government is doing. They're compelling companies, or not compelling, they're allowing companies to abide by their worst angels, lesser angels. And it's not government mandating companies pay salaries. It's the incentive structure, and it's implementing policy in keeping with a philosophy that pay should go to the workers, or not. I mean, if the philosophy is that companies should pay their employees, right? If that's the philosophy, that you have a company, you should pay your employees, then the tax structure should be built in a way that the company is not incentivized to make infinite money. Like, yeah, we want companies to make money. Obviously, we want companies to make money, but we don't want companies to make money at the expense of their employees. You see what I mean? So it's like, you want to pay your employees. We want you to pay your employees. We want your employees to benefit in the growth of your company, so you build. And maybe it's not cash money payment. Maybe it's stock payment. Part of your pay goes into stock, and you become an owner in a stock fund that you can cash out that stock in the same way that the executives can do it. They cash out their stock. Maybe that's the route to go. Maybe it's not. I don't know. But if a company can take $1 million out of their profits and kick it to 3 people versus take $1 million out of their profits and kick it to their employees, I think the government policy, the governing philosophy of our country should be, it's better to kick that $100 in the hands of 1,000 people is better than $1,000 in the hands of 100 people. Is better than $10,000 in the hands of 10 people. $100,000 spread among 1,000 people is better than $100,000 in the pocket of one person. That that governing philosophy, our policy should reflect that. I think government is the largest union. Absolutely have power to control private. The people absolutely have the power to control private enterprises. I always push what I've always pushed for. We need to pay people to move. We make it easier for people to move. Maybe people get up. I agree. Mobility of labor is a huge issue in the country. It's an absolute huge issue. Where was that? Yeah, mobility of labor is a huge issue, and that's another issue. People can't afford to move. You can't afford to sell your if you're underwater in your house, you can't afford to sell your house. And also the disparity in pay, disparity in conditions. I mean, $50,000 in Texas isn't the same as $50,000 in Kentucky. Isn't the same as $50,000 in South Dakota. I mean, I may leave a job in Texas for $75,000 and go to South Dakota for a job that's $45,000, and I have a better standard of living in South Dakota at half the wage than I did in Texas, just because of the conditions that you live in South Dakota. Or maybe it's vice versa. I don't know. I've never lived in South Dakota. I don't know. I agree with the premise that violence always begets violence. I don't think I agree with the premise that violence. Well, yeah, maybe I do agree with the premise that violence always begets violence. But you meet violence with violence in order to get peace. I mean, sometimes you have to fight in order to end the fighting. That's, and if you're a community that violence is being committed upon, then you have no choice but to respond with violence. That's what I think I was getting at. Not that you voluntarily go out and commit violence, but people in power aren't going to stop. You got to fight back. That people have multiple combos. Can run. Oh yeah, you absolutely can run from jail. You can run from jail, but it's hard to effectively. I mean, it's really hard to go to a campaign rally when you're confined to a jail cell. You can run from jail. I mean, LaRue, Vincent LaRue, David LaRue, Lawrence LaRue, some LaRue, whoever that fucking dude from Louisiana was. He was in jail and ran for president or whatever it was he ran for in the 80s. But functionally speaking, going to meetings, fundraising, going to rallies, going to fundraiser dinners, doing all the stuff that you have to do from jail, coordinating an inauguration from jail, going to a cabinet meeting from jail. It's really hard to run for office from jail. You can do it. There's no legal prohibition. I'm talking about logistical prohibition. There's things you can't do from jail and that involve running for president. You just can't do it. You are prohibited in the inability to do it because you are confined to a jail cell. There's nothing that prohibits it legally, but there's logistics that can do it. There's nothing legally prohibiting me from going to the moon and taking a piss, but reality prevents that from happening. Logistics. That's what prevents him from running from jail. You just can't do it. I mean, you just can't. So there you go. There you go. Oh yeah, there's nothing respectable about Pence. He's a dweeb. He's an absolute pathetic little bitch. Pete and Bass are the Northern Boys, aren't they? Pete and Bass is in the Northern Boys. The Northern Boys are all three of them. Pete and Bass are the two. Yeah, anyway. Keep it going. Doesn't have a personality. College not showing. Allman Brothers. Yeah, I saw she was doing an Allman Brothers show coming up. Gender stuff is not driving people away from the Democratic Party. It's not. Anybody telling you that that I'm not voting for Democrats because of the gender stuff, I'm going to vote for Republicans instead, are full of shit. They weren't voting for Democrats to begin with. They're full of shit. They're like, yeah, I'm with all their policies with regards to labor and taxes and foreign policy and foreign policy and domestic policy and human rights and civil rights and all that. But it's I really don't agree with the Republican policies on any of that stuff. They really get me down. I don't like it. I don't like the tone. I don't like the anti-democracy stuff. I don't like the judges. I don't like the anti-human rights. I don't like the anti-women's rights. I don't like any of that. But there's people on the left who are like saying they instead of he and she. So even though I agree with all the stuff in the Democratic Party, like I'm going to go ahead and vote for the fascist party that's opposed to human rights and women's bodily autonomy. I'm going to go vote for those guys instead because they if anybody says that, they're full of shit. They weren't voting for the Democratic Party to begin with. They're full of shit. So that statement is nonsense. Gender stuff, no. People are not looking at the Democratic Party and saying, well, because they use they, I'm going to go ahead and vote for the party over there that's opposed to women's bodily autonomy and human rights and civil rights. And I'll just go with, instead of having to say they every once in a while to people that I don't even know, because I've never actually met a transgender person in my entire life and I've never actually had to use pronouns. I'm just gonna vote for the party that's in favor of fascism. No, that would never happen. That would never happen. You're reading articles about that are just bullshit. So yeah, no. Honestly, I don't know why women would go into men's bathrooms. They're filthy and disgusting. Like, I don't even like going into men's bathrooms. They're gross. Rather okay with trans people in general, being treated fairly. Yeah, I'll let Jen take it from here. I very clearly qualified because you're a JA about being off with words, and 100% Khan Academy is free and a far better way. If I was an employer, and I am, and your math education, your advanced math education was Khan Academy, and not like if I was looking for a distiller, a master distiller, and your formal education was Khan Academy and not actual distillery certification, I would not hire you. That would not qualify you to know what the fuck you're talking about. So no, pass. Online education is not equivalent to formal education. Not even a little bit. The Khan Academy is not a far better way to learn than college. I learned far more in college than I could ever have learned in some online Khan Academy shit. So, no. Sorry. Now, they're great supplemental classes. They're great supplemental to fill in the gaps, but yeah, no, absolutely not. And one thing that formal education teaches you is how to learn, how to discern, how to how to socialize, but how to learn and how to discern and how to assimilate and assimilate knowledge and compute knowledge and not just take it in, but also learn how to create create new substantive additions to the knowledge that you have, and that's the difference between a good formal education and just a technical training. Technical training gives you the tools to work within a framework that somebody else has created. A good formal education gives you the tools to create frameworks for other people to work within. It's the difference between teaching you how to function and teaching you how to think. Yeah. So, no, I'm not wrong. You're wrong. Online classes, Khan Academy is not a replacement for formal education. Nice try, though. Khan is good, but no, it's not a replacement for formal education. Where are we at? Being skeptical that you could learn from unguided trivia. Being learned and skeptical thought can teach you how to learn from an unguided trivia. Keep it going. Almost there. 5 more minutes. And then Jesus, I have 15 minutes behind a chat. And I teach over at Mathnasium. I'm tutoring a Mathnasium, and I can tell you that's not a replacement for formal education, not even remotely. It's not a replacement for formal math education. Let's put it that way. It is a great supplement to catch people up who aren't good at formal math education, but it is not a replacement. Not even close. Ethiopia balance just means the largest army wins. Not always, but yeah. Kind of degree cert. And as a manager, I'd rather hire those people. No, you hire as a manager. You can hire as many subpar people as you want. I want to hire people who can think and who know how to think and who've learned how to think, not just people who've learned how to do tasks. It's not. No. He's already exorcism. I don't know who that is. I know Khan has expanded. My husband and I would compete back in the day. Having no TV makes you do things. TV is 2010. Lyndon LaRue, that's the word. Lyndon LaRue. Yeah, I know. He didn't live in the age of the internet, blah, 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 blah. But logistically speaking, if you are confined to a jail cell, you are going to have a seriously bad time running for president. It's really hard to do. Pete and Bass are separate from the Northern Boys. All right, well, I thought they were all part of the same group. My bad. Most people are undecided are one-issue voters. No, I don't think that's true. Maybe they are. Maybe they are, but maybe not. I think most of those people would likely not vote rather than vote for the other party. They'd be like, yeah, no, I don't want. I'm gonna sit this one out. I think that's more likely that would happen rather than people being like, yeah, I don't agree with anything that they have, and I agree with everything they have except for the gender stuff. So I'm gonna vote for the people that I most disagree with. No, I think they'll just probably not vote. That's more. Uh, he won an election on a healthcare system. Said, "I'll do better. It'll be great." I don't even think he won on that. I think he just won on, but Hillary's emails. That was his one issue. Um, People just hated Hillary that much. She was such a bad fucking candidate. God, she was terrible. Uh, it's amazing people even want to ban Drag Story Hour. Yeah, people. Jim, my primary votes are recorded, so you can see that I voted dim ever since it was required to be voted. Many moderates that might not vote dim this time. There are many moderates that might not vote dim this time, but they're not going to vote Republican. I don't agree with the premise that if you're a moderate and you're opposed to the Democrats because they've gone too left, you're not going to vote for the party that is fascist. There's not a moderate Republican response. There's not a moderate Republican option. There's no moderate Republican anything. If you're a moderate voter and you've been voting Democrat the Democrat if you see the Democrats as going too far left and you're a moderate voter, you're not going to vote far right. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. That's political punditry. That's not reality. That's like saying, "Well, I'm a baseball player. I'm a moderately decent baseball player. I like to play baseball in my spare time, but the league that I play baseball in has changed the rules so drastically that I don't feel comfortable playing baseball with them anymore. So now I'm going to go play hockey." That's not how it works. You don't have the skills and tools to play hockey. You're not going to go from being a moderate person who has beliefs and alignment and convictions and ideas and just abandon them all over one thing and vote for the party that is diametrically opposed to everything you believe in over one thing. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. I dismiss that notion entirely. I don't think that'll actually happen. These black and white MIT lectures are far better Kant lectures. Drop that class, sure. Where are we at? So I'll do better. It'll be great. Yeah. You need more space between bathrooms. Dealing with bathroom lines. Blah blah. I've never had to deal with bathroom lines. The world is a men's room. I don't have to. The only time I have to deal with a bathroom line is when I have to take a dump. I'm gonna walk outside and take a leak in the bushes if I have to. COVID killed a bunch of Republicans. I don't know why you put that. Unfortunately, I'm cruel. I shouldn't say that out loud. I'm sorry. Bunch of kids turning 18. Most people don't know more than 3 things. Hey, most people know what they believe in, and they know that they know what's opposite of what they believe in. Rush concerts are the best. I've never been to a Rush concert. I hate Rush. I do not like Rush, but I do like Parliament Funkadelic. Are we caught up? Have I caught up to chat? I've caught up to chat. Most people aren't left or right. Most people are moderate. There's a vast majority that's in the middle, but most people do align one way or the other. And I'll be completely honest. I voted Democrat the last time I voted Democrat. Last couple of times I voted Democrat. I vote Democrat because not because necessarily I agree with the Democrats, but because I am opposed. I am absolutely opposed to what the Republicans are, what the Republicans stand for. So, no, I'm on live chat. This is live. See? Oops, where is it? Where'd it go? Nope, not that. This is live. Oops. Is it this one? Yeah, see? I'm on live chat. All right. But we're live. We're done. I've caught up. I'm ready to go. It's time for me to go to bed. It's time for me to go to bed. It's almost 3 o'clock. No, Ogre, you didn't say they would vote Republican. Dustin said they would vote Republican they would not vote Democrat, they'd vote Republican over the gender thing. They're not leaving the Democratic Party over the gender thing. They're not voting. That's not what's happening. I disagree with that conjecture. Anyway, let's have one last drink. A parting shot. We'll do that. And they might sit it out. That's entirely possible. But also, there's a whole lot of single issue Republican voters, and their single issue is Donald Trump. And if he's not on the ballot, they sit it out. And Ted Cruz won his last election because Donald Trump was on the ballot. The only reason he got the votes he got was because Donald Trump was on the ballot. And if Donald Trump's not the candidate, they're going to lose a lot of votes. So, Tater Dom is still in chat. Cheers, Dom. Ogre, cheers. Love you guys. Thank you all for joining us. I really do appreciate you joining me for tonight. It was fun. I got to read through the indictment. 45 pages we read through it. I'm going to have to rest my throat. It is 2:50. I've been doing this since 11:10, I believe. We're going 3 hours and change. And I didn't have any major technical difficulties. So it's been a good show. It's been a pretty good show. So there you go. Move this over here, back where it belongs. I'm going to go back to the other screen. Pours in the Park? I don't even know what Pours in the Park is. What is that? Going to Pours in the Park. I've never heard of Pours in the Park. I don't know what that is. Pours is. What is Pours in the Park? Why is my chat going slow? Bourbon junkies. No, I don't know. I don't know anything about Pours in the Park. Pours in the Park. I'll look it up and see what it is, but I don't know anything about Pours in the Park. Sounds fun. Sounds like a fun time. Pours in the Park. Like that. Move it this way. Do I want to do that? Do I want to do it that way? No, I want to leave it like that. Yeah. Anyway. All right. So yeah, it was good to see you all on Wednesday night. Cheers. I'll probably be back on tomorrow night. I don't know what. I don't know what we'll be doing tomorrow night if we do it tomorrow night. I can personally send whiskey to Virginia, but shoot me a message. I'll send you my PayPal information. Email me info@oldumbledistilling.com. info@oldumbledistilling.com. Well, we can make something work. We always make something work. But to find us online, oldumbledistilling.com/shop online. It's fun. We try to have a fun time. Bourbon Junkies, really childish bourbon channel is doing their childish bourbon channel is doing their annual get together. Where are they located? Are they here in Texas? Oh, it's in Michigan. No, I'm not going to go to Michigan. No, I'm not going to Michigan for a thing. I was just up in Ohio a couple weeks ago. I'm not going to Michigan for a thing. No, pass. No, I'm not going to Michigan. I'm not fucking going to Michigan. Anyway, guys, be awesome to each other. The world is yours. Treat it that way. Love you all. Peace, love, bourbon. Be awesome. Don't forget to be awesome. That's also very important because sometimes we forget. Cheers, everybody. Good night.